stuff like that. We are also working towards our community outreach, which is more towards the rural Cook counties and communities in southwest North Dakota. And so that program we're calling our steamroller, which includes science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And so the goal and the reason why I'm here today is to introduce our project and to let you know what the plans are for the community outreach. And so not asking for anything right now, it's just primarily just an introduction. And so the goal is for me to outreach to all the rural counties in southwest North Dakota and to get with local organizations, businesses, community members, school districts, just to see where science, art, and STEM activities can be, how we can fill in and give more opportunities for these more rural communities. I grew up in Minnesota. My hometown is now 75 people. When I grew up there, it was 100, so I completely get it, what it's like to grow up in a rural community. In the summertime, when the bookmobile came, it was like a holiday. And so I'm excited that because we're working on, it's called a steamroller, we're going to have a cargo van that we can kind of outfit with whatever we need to bring to these rural communities, whether it's like STEM camps or STEM clubs, so we can have like different, like how to build drones and doing coding and stuff like that, or if it's an art gallery, we can have a local community facility that maybe has the facilities to hold an art show, and so we can have the local artists and local kids come in and have an art exhibition, and we kind of facilitate that and figuring out with the local communities. And so the goal for us right now is to do that outreach, and so I just wanted to introduce myself to you guys, get it on record that we're out here and we're trying to raise public awareness and kind of gauge what is needed in this area. So that's really what I wanted to do. We were formed in 2021 with the help of Senate Majority Rich Warner and his wife. We have 13 or 14 board members that are helping get this project off the ground. This next week we're beginning our art program in our building. So the top floor is the commission room that used to be the commission and the courtroom. So that was basically a turnkey gallery for us. And so we're kind of just steering into, and forgive my Midwest slang, when it comes to we're steering into the skid, so to speak. We're embracing what we have. And skid is probably more of a negative term, but I always think of that when it comes to life. It's like just embrace what's coming with you. And growing up in the Midwest, you all know what it's like to drive on the ice and the snow. So we're taking what we have in the building and we're using the upstairs as like the learning center and the art gallery. So the art gallery is already up and running. We've had 2 exhibitions up, all local artists, including South Dakota and Minnesota and some from Montana. But we're trying to keep as much of the more local and regional artists to give them an opportunity to show their work. Then we're capital campaigning for the downstairs, which is going to be our science center. And that is the goal to have is having a Western version of the Gateway to Science or the Magic City Discovery Center. So we have an 18,000 square foot building, and we're fundraising for that lower half and for any renovations. And then that's going to take about 2 to 3 years to get the Science Center fundraising. Have you guys been to the Gateway to Science in Bismarck? It has a water table. That water table costs $125,000.
That's pretty cool.
It's really cool. The one in the Magic City Discovery Center costs $1 million, but of course they've got military funding and they've got the things up there, so they get lots of money. And so we want to have something similar, so we're slowly fundraising for that. So we're going to rent the lower part of the building to local entities. We had an agreement with a oil company to be in there for about 3 years, but then they bought another company and then backed out of the deal. That's how it goes. So now we're talking with potentially the Stark County Sheriff Department using the space till the end of the year because they're doing renovations to where they're at. So this is loud all the time, and so we artists are usually pretty quiet and keep to ourselves. And so the building is pretty quiet 24 hours. It's just me in there. I'm the only employee right now, and I keep joking that I've got an employee of the month popped in. Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to introduce what we were doing, and I know this is kind of a rush of information, especially just sent over the stuff to Krista, right? Is it Krista?
Yes.
So I sent that over this morning once I realized last night, I think I have a meeting today, I better send any information I have over. And And so, you know, I just wanted to, like I said, introduce myself to you and then see who, you know, since I've got you all in front of you, is there organizations in town that I can reach out to first, businesses that you think that would want to be involved? And it doesn't have to be answers right now, it could be via email or however we want, but, and that's why, you know, I just wanted to put it out, and so that it's in the minutes, and people can see that we're here, and then just to reach out to us to see how we can help and where we can fill in any insufficiencies that might be out here. Like I said, I grew up in a rural area, and as hard as we try to make sure that everybody has the same opportunities as people in larger cities, it's just not the case. And so we're just trying to offset that and help this Southwest North Dakota area become more prominent and embrace kind of the geology and the industries that we have around here. So a lot of our interactive exhibits, we want to showcase, well, where I'm at, we're right on the edge of the oil patch. So we want to showcase, you know, that industry. We want to showcase the construction industry, agriculture, all sorts of stuff that is here, so that we can show kids and show people that there's more than just I-94 passing through and to get to Medora. We want to show the kids that it's worth staying here, and we want to show the adults that it's worth staying here and worth moving here. And so we're just trying to, and it's an ambitious project, and the Southwest Art Gallery and Science Center is a mouthful, but we want to use that opportunity in our name to show the people of Southwest North Dakota that we're here for that. So that's kind of my spiel. And I kind of went through it pretty fast. I know you guys are busy and got a lot to do with a lot on your plate, but just want to introduce myself. And if there's any questions, I've got some handouts here as well. But if you have any questions or anything, you can throw them at me now, or you can send them to me via email, and I'd be happy to answer.
Any coordination with schools, or what does that relationship?
Yes. Well, we hope to coordinate, and we, you know, based on grant funding and other, like applying for grants, most of the grants don't want you to be a part of the curriculum, and so we're just trying to fill in the gaps of where the curriculum isn't. And so I've reached out to public schools in Hettinger County, and then of course we're working closely with Stark County Schools, because we're right there in Stark County. One thing that we've done for Stark County and for Dickinson Public Schools is we've done art lock-ins, which for the first ones we did all night, and my goodness, 12 hours of art all night in high school is crazy. And so we shortened the next ones to 6 hours, but it's focusing on mental health. And so that's a part of it too, it's not only that we want, like, and our main demographic is kids. Like that's really what our target is. But we want to make sure that like our military veterans have a place where they can come back and give needs that we don't see. And we want to have opportunities for Alzheimer's patients in nursing homes and people with neurological issues, disabilities. And we want an all-inclusive place for everybody to come and learn, play, have fun. You know, and it's weird. A lot of people think it's weird having the arts and sciences mixed into under one roof, and we're just trying to use the whole brain and heal the whole brain. And really, if you think about it, I've got an extensive background in the arts, but the science and the arts are so intertwined. If you think about the chemistry of painting, the chemistry of ceramics, and we're using clays from different areas, you're working with geology, so there's so many things. And I firmly believe that creativity, whether it's, you know, we're not trying to make a bunch of artists making art in their basement like I do, but we're trying to just make a bunch of creative individuals in this area, because creativity drives innovation, innovation drives competition, innovation and competition drives capitalism. So really, it's just all, we're just trying to make sure that everybody in this area knows what's going on in this area and has fun while they do it. So it's just trying to be all inclusive there. Sorry, I can kind of get on a lot of rant. Okay, perfect. So the first one is just showing, you know, these are our rap cards, just kind of showing the processes up front, just has the ideas of what we're planning for the center, our vision, and then the back is the mission, and shows you that we're at stage 3 of the 4 stages of securing our foundation. And then this is our capital campaign cards, just to show you. So thank you. So it's an exciting project to be a part of, and we're just happy to be here and to present, and I really appreciate in conversation and collaboration with local community members, organizations. I have been talking to, because I used to work for Waldorf Truck Center selling semi-trucks, so it's kind of a fun transition. And so Robertson Metal and Recycling up in Dickinson. Brian Robertson is from Henninger, and so I was telling him I was coming out here, and he's just like, my brother still lives there, so he's like, let me reach out. And so it's like we're starting to build those connections in these more rural areas. And so once we start to build that collaboration, that's when we figure out where we're needed, and then what type of project is needed to fill in, and then we work with other organizations, businesses for sponsorships, and then that's probably when I'm going to come to you and see, if there's any interest in supporting the projects. And so, that's one of the first things when I come to these meetings, they're just like, well, what the heck do you want? Well, I don't want anything right now. It's just more of an introduction and just an open mind to, and to think about how we can fill in and help the community.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Not right now.
Okay, sounds good. There's emails on the bottom of both of the cards, and so if you have any suggestions or you think there's anybody that I can reach out to help us get up and running and that you think that would help fund the project too, so then that takes pressure off. Me asking you guys for money eventually, not right now. Yeah, just let me know. Please reach out and you can count on seeing me again, and I'll make sure that I reach out ahead of time and let you know what's going on.
Sounds good.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Okay, I guess just moving down the line, unfinished business, we have a second quote for a fire alarm panel. I see the second one did come in lower. We have a quote from Denny's Electric for $11,988.21. And I think our initial quote was from Berger for $14,738. Near as I can tell, it's apples to apples. Did they specify anything otherwise, Chris, to you? I mean, it's obviously different. But both of them were supposed to get our system up and running. And
Has Nathan reviewed the quotes, I guess, as far as making sure it is what we need or?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I would move to approve the Denny's quote for $11,988.
we've got a motion, is there a second? I'll second. A motion and a second, is there a discussion? I guess my only question is Denny's doesn't mention the elevator, some wiring or something there.
About not doing.
Yeah.
That's the oldest elevator.
Yes.
I don't think they either cost that. That's probably why.
Well, and I guess rather my question was, I assume Berger wasn't going to, their quote didn't include that at all either, I assume. Doesn't specify, but I would say the difference is significant enough that can be taken care of even if we get it, I would assume, but that's the only thing I see otherwise, so just let's see. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Okay.
Aye. Motion carried. You'll let
Yeah, I'll have-
Nathan know.
Does it show that you signed that, or?
That quote.
Yeah, it's just fine.
Or does it assign? sign?
It just says signature, so myself and
So
Nathan.
Nathan
Nathan
signed
can
it.
sign it, sure, I'm
Okay.
sure.
Then I won't have him bring it.
Okay. We do have another position on the weed board opening up here in May. Bill Christen, I have not been in contact with him. I was gonna go down that list and call him. I forgot. Has anybody talked to Bill or? No. You haven't heard from him, Krista, whether he's, no. We'll just table that, I guess, and I'll discuss with him if he is willing to serve another term or if he's ready to be done. I can even set up a text here too, I guess. Okay, City of Reader leasing contract.
So my understanding is that they haven't been paying for some time. Is that accurate, Kristen?
Yeah.
Specifically, let's see. I believe it goes back to July of 2023, if that looks right. So in any event, clearly if they aren't paying, they haven't contacted us to my knowledge. They just stopped paying. So given that amount of time frame, I think that have been terminate the agreement unless there's something else in the works. So I would move that we terminate the police contract with the City of Reader.
I'll say I've got a motion and a second discussion. So I've been to a couple of their meetings since, probably 3, and I guess it has come up once or twice, and I guess they had, I don't know, reached out to the sheriff. I think he was at one of their meetings as well, and they, I guess, said first off they didn't have the money, and second off they were disappointed they didn't feel the ordinances were being enforced, and they didn't feel there was enough of a presence there for them to pay. So I guess they did notify him, and I guess I was aware, I guess I thought we had talked about it a little bit too, but yeah, we had not had any action on the contract. Since I did talk to one of the board members, and he stated they would like to revisit it in the future if they get caught up financially, and they would like to participate in helping fund the Adams County Sheriff's Department in the future. They just, as of right now, their board voted and they could not financially support it, nor did they feel they were getting what they wanted, I guess. So yeah, I think the right thing to do obviously is to terminate the contract, but I do think in the future will be something maybe to revisit. And I did discuss a possible joint meeting with them as well as the city of Henninger on May 28th with an alternate date of, I believe, June 4th, the next Tuesday. And they were both going to talk to their boards, the mayor of Henninger and the council member from Reader I talked to. I think the preferred date was May 28th at 6 p.m. So I guess means we're on that subject of contracts and such. Well, let's finish this motion. I guess we've got a motion, we've got a second. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
No, I think that's the right way to determine it when they get ready to, they want to negotiate, that you can bring it back to the board.
Yeah, and I think a joint meeting would be a good time to revisit things like that. So.
Now I understand what they want to do. Some businesses,
Well, it's pretty tough, I suppose. If there are no businesses on Main Street, there's really no parking enforcements or, things like that, but, and I know the sheriff is over there at Fulton Century Code, so. Okay, I've got a motion second, is there other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. And on that subject, I guess, are there conflicts or interest thoughts on May 28th, 6 p.m.?
Works for me.
Yeah. I think that works for this one. Chris, are you available at 6 p.m.? You can be. Okay. I will assume we would host them, and hopefully we can get both city of
May
Leader.
28th?
May 28th, yes.
Or is it May 26th?
No, 28th would be Tuesday. 26th would be a Sunday, right? Yeah. Would be the day after Memorial Day, actually. Okay, well, we'll tentatively set that, and I will further correspond with the mayor and Reed Council, I guess. Have you heard this, somebody said that, what's his name, Mayor Reader, sorry.
West was
Wes, is he not sick or?
Yes, he is.
Got some heart issues? Pretty serious or?
Maybe. I mean, he's running again, so.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's not.
I don't know.
Does it? So it's one person. Okay.
We did previously terminate the public works, didn't we? A couple months ago. With the no water meter plan and
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they got that wrong.
Excuse me?
They got notified of the termination.
So we are currently, I had notes on that, I get left on the table. Currently utilizing Nathan for water and meter readings. They're paying us, are you sure we terminated, or are they paying us $450 a month or something, is that something, or?
I remember we terminated it at the time that new meters were supposed to, because we're not going to have somebody.
Right, as of August. Okay, sorry, as of August, yes. Because currently we are reading the meters and so again, discussing with Larson over there, their council member, their plan is they got a used gun from the city of Scranton. They are in training, I guess Nathan Albo's teaching them how to do that. They're getting the Black Mountain software. Familiar with that through ACDC, but they're getting the Black Mountain software to do their billing. And the only thing I think they're gonna really need or ask of us is the sampling still, because that requires certification and they're not gonna be able to do that by August. So
And how often is that going to be done?
it's a monthly, I think, yeah, I believe it's monthly, so.
For sure. I don't know. I've never done them, but.
Yeah, pretty sure Nathan does it. So they're hoping that we'll work with them on that, and if not, they may reach out to him on a private level to do it, or where their backup to the backup plan might have been another city close by that's certified, so. But just so you know what I know, I guess, about the city of Reader and their public works. And we'll discuss that further on May 28th, hopefully.
if possible, the minutes from February 12th is when we provided that termination of August 1st. If maybe that could be included ahead of that agreement, so there's some record or history.
February 12th.
Yeah, that's the meeting. And maybe it was said that they have been informed of the August 1st date.
Yes, yeah, we discussed it, yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, they're well aware, yeah, I went over, in fact, actually, I think it was right after our February meeting, I went over there and met with him, I believe it was February.
I didn't know if they had a letter sent out to.
Yeah, no, and they're aware, because he brought it up again when I talked to him last, so. Okay, NDRF annual meeting and election. An FYI, I assume. or is it-
You have to approve, me to vote proxy, or else if somebody wants to go, or,
Is there intentions to go, or do I have a motion to approve Krista to vote by proxy?
I'll move to approve Krista unless somebody wants to.
Second.
Got a motion, a second, is there discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. Gaming permit, Golf Association / Country Club. Is this a different one, or
It's the same thing.
same thing?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second, is there discussion on the gaming permit for the Golf Association Country Club? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
I thought they were heading their golf course and heading their country club.
I don't think they changed it yet. They looked at it, Anthony, but I think it was, we were talking about $15,000 just to change all the stuff in there.
Just for a name change?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't, that's what I heard.
I thought the.
Well, there's one person that calls it committee.
Do they have a new board? I heard they.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they like the whole board leave.
He called it mine, I believe.
Okay.
I did hear what you heard too, that was named later, but.
What was it, paper on there, something that where you
So
read?
the papers.
Yeah.
Then I heard that they didn't do it. Probably goes by that name, but they weren't gonna change everything, so you know, all the paperwork and all this, all that advertisement.
So it's just a nickname.
I don't know. I'm not too involved in supporting that stuff.
Okay, USDA lease.
That hasn't changed, has it? No.
I didn't see anything changed.
Without having the old one side by side, I guess I didn't, but nothing jumped out at me, and I guess I was relieved it wasn't anything like 2017 or whatever it was.
Move to approve.
I got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion, a second to approve the lease between Adams County and the USDA for the FSA building. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Is that what we like to see?
I was trying to look for it, but I got it decided on the agenda.
That's okay, we can.
No, that's fine.
witness. Okay. Memorandum of agreement for the Buffalo Creek Bridge.
I don't know if you're gonna wanna wait and talk to Billy on it, I don't know that, I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I was wondering that, and I was even wondering if Aaron was available, maybe, just for some clarification, so maybe we should.
It's that one that they had to advertise and already bid on it.
Historic.
Yeah.
Who prepared this memorandum?
Pros Engineering.
They did, okay.
The ones that sent it to me.
Well, yeah, and roads will be here in a month, 15 minutes, so we'll just table that for them. That's road and bridge stuff, payment. Employee handbook amendment, section 712.
I would move to amend section 712 out-of-state training meetings of the Adams County Employee Policy Manual by adding, and the destination is more than 250 miles from head area.
I've got a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion on the motion?
So I guess where this, I know from time to time the issue of out-of-state travel comes up, and as I understand the current policy, somebody going to Lemon is out-of-state travel, which requires approval, and I don't know if that was the intent when it was originally written, but to me it doesn't seem necessary. So 250 miles is a subjective number, clearly, that it would get you to Rapid City or Aberdeen or similar distance to a meeting in Bismarck or North Dakota. So that's my intent, to help with compliance for county employees.
I had Kristen check into it, none of these other counties, they got the no out-of-state travel. I don't personally see any benefit to it, it doesn't take much just to say, hey, can I go to this meeting or that meeting? And I don't think that's an issue in letting them meet. But I don't think people running over the state doing things without knowing where they're at insurance-wise and everything. That's my
So are you proposing something different, or?
No, I just think we should keep it as a statement. I mean, it's, I don't see it necessary. Most of the time when they come for a meeting, they ask and give permission 90% of the time. I do think we need to know where our employees are. And I'm just looking at the insurance portion of it too.
I think it's a good principle for, you know, I mean, we are obviously on the corner of the state, but I do feel, I agree with you, Kevin, it's good to know where they're going, and most of the county travel related stuff would be within state as far as, you know, meetings such as Bismarck, Fargo. The only thing I can think of, the highway department sometimes attends a meeting in Rapid City, pavement or asphalt conference or something.
I guess I have no problem with them in your meeting in Northland when we go in.
Yeah, I guess looking at it, I would like to see it at 50 miles. I guess that just includes your Lemon, your anything Perkins County if you need to travel within the area. But yeah, I'd like to know if our employees are running the routes or something. I think that's, it doesn't hurt to ask kind of thing, so.
Like I said, it's a meeting for training, we receive permission, whatever the board does.
Yeah, I think I would like to see it at 50 miles if I were to change anything, so that's my opinion. We do have a motion, a second. Is there a discussion on this motion? Any other
I
discussion?
guess if you have to leave it at 50.
You would have to amend it if you want to amend the motion.
What's that?
You would have to make an amendment
Oh.
if you wish.
I didn't intend it to 50 miles.
Okay, so I have a secondary motion to amend it to 50 miles. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Second for that. Discussion on that.
Yeah, so just a couple comments. 50 is fine. As far as insurance, there isn't an insurance consideration when there is a control issue, but insurance-wise, if they're on the clock, they're insured
Okay.
wherever they go. In fact, likely if they went without approval, they're going to be covered by insurance. So that isn't an issue. That's really just a control feature. And 50 would get them to Bison, so that would be good. And the Lemon, so that I think is helpful. Yeah. I think it is a bit ironic that the trust factors, they go to Fargo but not to Aberdeen, and is interesting to me. But it sends a message, so that's important.
Well, I guess I agree with you. Send it, we let them go far over, it's in the state, yes. But we're talking about out of state.
I think on that note, I think the state is, we're a state or a county, we're within a state organization, so I think that's the whole purpose of the out of state.
And insurance actually does matter with WSI. I have to say what states we're working in.
So do you say South Dakota?
I would have to go back and check.
I assume, because we travel to South Dakota to get to,
I would.
so I assume that would be on the policy, right?
I don't know, I'll have to go check. I don't want to say yes and it's not.
Yeah, okay. I call the question.
Okay, so we do have then a motion to change that to 50 miles. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
So now we need to act on the amended main motion, which is 50 miles.
Yeah, so then I will call the amended main motion to change the policy manual to the destination more than 50 miles. So I will call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay. Morning. Morning.
That's Mr. Hanson today.
Okay, so we have AC/DC contract, annual contract or whatever has expired. There's a lot of rebuilding going on, or a lot of, I don't know about rebuilding, but restructuring or shorthanded. Dorothy Becker is the newly elected president, for 3 months, 2 months now, I think. And coincidentally, the time she took over, our director, and the other position became vacant, so she's been taking time off of work to try and make sure the office is flowing, and we've got a temporary employee there, Leah Tanska, was her name? Taska or Tanska? Yeah, it's either Tanska or Taska, but anyway, she is in there, and so I guess we're working towards getting some of this stuff caught up, but it's just something we maybe need to put on unfinished business until ACDC is got their head above water again. We've had a joint meeting with the chamber here last week, just to discuss any possible changes or needs for changes with the personnel, and I think they went back and forth. Originally, the chamber wanted to have their own employee, and they wanted employees or employee, and wanted the ACDC to do the same, and then after discussion and I think financial discussion on the finances especially, I think it was basically determined to keep it the same way. Isn't that what you made of it, Kevin? We're just looking at, I believe the ad should go out this week, correct? If it's not already, for employment. So I guess that's kind of an update on where ACDC is. Still trying to provide the services to the community and trying to restructure and maybe see how we can better those services in the event of a personnel change too. So but that's just kind of an update on ACDC. Yeah.
And I appreciate that and understand what's going on. Certainly there is a board that continues to be in place, and so the board has the ability to engage in a contract. My concern as I read this from a county perspective is that absent a contract, I don't think the county has the ability to share any funds with ACDC. That is one of the functions of this contract. Without that contract being in place, I don't think any funds should be going to ACDC as I read the contract, and so I'm not sure why the ACDC board wouldn't act, nor this has been, it's almost a year past due. So I think that there too, I would suggest that funds stop until there's a contract in place, because that's what the contract is about, the relationship between Adams County and ACDC as the JDA. So absent contract, there is no arrangement, and then that means there's no dollars. So I think it's much more urgent than I'm hearing in the discussion.
I believe it is on the agenda for our meeting. What, next 2 Wednesdays? 17th.
I have no problem with it on that until contract, I mean, it's a couple of weeks, yes, contract.
Yeah,
They're not doing anything, so.
I guess my suggestion is that we table it till next month, and when we have a contract, hopefully, then everything.
Right. That's fine with me.
When do funds flow? Is that a monthly thing, or is it annual, or is it when
So the
property
only
taxes
money
come
that are given is tax money that they levied.
in?
Yeah,
Right,
so
from
it's-
the county.
Yeah,
So it comes as it's dispersed
yeah,
as it comes in.
through this, North Dakota State Treasurer's Office.
Yeah, so I guess maybe it's not a big deal, but legally, I don't think we have the ability for the last year to be sending money there. So I don't know if that's a state's attorney issue. We can't go backwards, but
So like it wouldn't have been able to be approved in your budget last year?
Probably, yeah. I don't know. Without an agreement, we don't.
I guess I didn't even realize, you're not supposed to claim damage, but I didn't even realize it was expired. I thought that.
Yeah.
Well, if you read under termination of the contract, you know, maybe the contract is outdated, but I don't know, does that deem it terminated? Because,
Expires annually. It begins upon signature of both parties, expires annually. So it's not a big deal. I guess my request is that ACDC at your new meeting would sign it and we got a new agreement, but it's not a big function, but there is a liability to the county for giving money to organizations that we have no contract with.
I agree.
I'm not trying to argue, I'm questioning like soil conservation, just because I'm trying to understand the whole thing. Like, we have soil conservation that levies money, we have ACDC that levies money. Do we have to have contracts with all of them?
Apparently we do with ACDC,
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
I just wondered why. I was looking through my stuff and I couldn't see that we have one with the other ones, and so I just, like Council on Aging, we don't have a contract with, but they levy money every year.
I would say to them, you said, you get a opinion from Aaron, get a contract as quick as we can.
To me, it's easy to resolve, it's
Yeah.
just something that hasn't happened. And I brought it up previously.
yeah, it's just been kind of overlooked. The meetings have been running extra long with other issues, and I guess it needs to be taken care of. Okay, City of Henninger Public Works Agreement Termination.
So I had asked State's Attorney Roseland to produce this resolution. There's several items, and I think the resolution speaks pretty clearly to it. But I'll just, I think, cut to the most significant issue, and that being that we as a county are committing to provide services, specifically with water and waste, that we have no plan at this point to be able to fulfill. And also, traditionally, there has been a reality that we don't even have a backup, and ultimately the county would be the one liable if there was a major issue related to city water or sewer. Further, it's my belief that, in particular in communicating with the public, et cetera, evaluating the current staffing, the availability of staffing, that we are not keeping up with the primary functions of our road and bridge department, nonetheless contracting out for something that we don't have the people to service. And finally, as mentioned in there, as a commission, we've allowed the county to subsidize many of these services, and so I think that the existing agreement has to stop. In order for that to happen, requires 6 months' notice. We have given all of the proper notice per the contract as to increasing rates. The city has refused to pay, is what I'm told. So we've done what we're supposed to, but we're being held hostage by a partner that isn't cooperating. My goal continues to be to work with the city, but absent terminating this existing agreement and hopefully working for a new one, I don't see any alternative to be able to manage or be responsible for county resources. And so that's the purpose that I bring this forward.
That was, that was my concern too. I talked to Aaron about it. We basically have to give 6 months notice to terminate that contract, to renegotiate to the new one. That is what I understood with the other two, so basically what you were saying. We gotta give that notice before we can. And the way I just understood, we're obligated to stand by that whole contract until we give this 6 months notice. Is, you know, so when they come and say they're not gonna pay, it's because we're still under that old contract. That was my understanding. Yeah.
So a couple things with that. One is that the labor rate isn't in the old contract.
Right.
And so I hope everybody's actually read the contract, because some of the comments, even in listening to the city council minutes, would suggest that maybe not everybody's read it, but there is no labor rate in there.
Okay.
There is a process that requires the county to identify the labor rates annually, and that it be approved prior to the first of the year. So anybody that says that the new labor rate isn't in the contract I have, I guess I would be curious what contract they're looking at. Secondly, the $8,500 amount, for instance, there is language in the contract, once again, that states that rates can be reviewed not more than 3 times a year. So that by itself suggests that the rates can and should change. So I would argue that those rates easily can and should be changed without it terminating. But the reason for terminating it is more than changing the rates, quite honestly. I believe that you're fundamentally looking at that arrangement going forward. And I think truly it looks at the ability of the county to provide those services. Because right now we've got a Band-Aid providing services. We have no plan other than an ad in the paper to potentially cover that. And so that is a liability to the county that to me isn't appropriate. So there's, to me, 2 pieces. It wouldn't have to be terminated and change those rates, but my proposal is to terminate it so it can be completely reworked.
I'm not sure of the legality part of it, but I would say if you've been using those, whatever they come up with, even if it's not in the contract, that $29 they're talking about, that it's been in the contract, that's setting precedence, and I don't know how we can jump. I mean, I'm
Just read the agreement.
Yeah.
It says, I can read it for you. It talks about changing the rates, and it's all in there.
County and city equipment rental rates will be evaluated at the end of each fiscal year and adjusted according to cost of operation of equipment.
Does not really specify if they need to be approved by both parties. It says it will be evaluated, and so I feel that it's very vague to start with. Too vague, and not because it really doesn't specify who gets to determine if the rates are fair or if the rates are.
But it does
Where
say
they-
you have to be agreed on by both parties. And we got no signature on another party, so they evidently didn't agree on it.
So we communicated it to them at our joint meeting. And did they formally tell you they opposed? We gave the sheet to them, didn't we?
Yeah,
We told them the new rates.
But they never did say whether they objected to it or agreed to it.
So
We're sitting, I'm not saying we shouldn't, I think we should terminate it.
So all of this is evidence this agreement is terrible, then, is what. So I guess with that being said, that's another reason just to get rid of it.
I agree,
Because
we need to terminate it.
it is, I think it can be managed realistically, but if we don't, but we can start from scratch, I think makes better sense. Because it's abuse of county resources, there's just no getting around it.
Upon visiting with a couple council members and mayor individually, I guess, about it, they weren't even
terribly opposed to the rate change as much as some of the billing they wanted explanation for, such as the maintenance that occurred out of the highway department. They felt like they were kind of blindsided by the abundance of maintenance that was done on the building, and so they, well, 25% is in the contract for maintenance. I guess they felt like they should have been at least included in the decision to do all the extra maintenance to the building and such. So that was their thing, and they even were saying they didn't necessarily say they wouldn't pay it. They asked for a breakdown of what was done, and they had not received that yet, to my knowledge, is what they told me. So they felt like they were maybe a little bit taken advantage of as far as financials go for that. And they were wanting a breakdown, basically. And they just, they didn't feel like paying a $55 an hour rate for attendance of their meetings was, they felt like that was not really approved with them, or it was unfair to them, so they were not real happy with that. Plus, one meeting in particular, they, I guess, dismissed the acting supervisor after 20 minutes or whatever, and he proceeded to bill them for 3 hours, is what I was told. So I guess just conversing with the city a little bit, that was some things that they were disappointed about, and wanted to work on at our joint meeting if it works out on May 28th. So. But I agree, this contract does need some definite updating, and I think we definitely need to continue to partner with the city in ways that, what are we going to do with our personnel in the winter? I feel like there's a lot of benefit to the county to partnering with the city, because yes, we have our own snow removal to do, we have our own maintenance to do, but in the event, and yes, we are very short-handed right now, and that can't continue to be a long-term thing. We do need to put some butts in those seats, because we just have a lot of things that need doing. But when you are fully staffed, what do you do with your staff all winter long? I mean, they can only maintenance so much out there to where we're just, we're losing revenue, so to speak, whereas if there's snow to remove with the city and things to do partnering with the city that we can do, why not create revenue for the county by working with the city?
So is there a motion on the table?
There is no motion.
I'm going to make a motion to terminate the agreement and work with the city. And as far as billing, I think we need legal opinion on if they have to pay that or not from their state's attorney.
And are you,
But it's basically starting all over.
are you proposing a date then upon the 6 months, or what's?
From the time they receive a letter. 6 months.
6 months from the time they receive.
Because it says 6 months.
termination notice.
Yeah, I think it's 6 months, the way I understand it. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not an attorney, that's why I think we need another state's attorney opinion, or somebody else's opinion, professional.
So I have a motion to terminate the Public Works contract with the city 6 months from when they receive the notice. Is that correct?
That way, they don't contact us or work with us within 6 months, and then it would be terminated because they don't want to work with us. Not that I want, and I want them to work with us, don't get me wrong, I think we need to. Yeah, but we gotta be able to agree with the LD that we don't have personnel to take care of it when we do.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
I've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
So the only thing I guess I would personally, I second it so we can discuss the motion, but I'm gonna vote in opposition and subsequently make a motion to adopt the resolution as provided. I think the importance of the resolution is that it provides information related to this issue that to me needs to be memorialized and part of the minutes as to what has led to the need to terminate the contract. I think that is important information to include.
Okay, I have a motion and a
So
second.
you just basically say, Anthony, that your amendment here is, or whatever, resolution, and it's to just identify the stuff that's,
Well, right there.
yeah,
I want, I guess my desire or my support is to adopt the resolution, which provides notice of a 6-month termination, but it provides official documentation regarding the issue. And it speaks to the desire to work together, identify services where it makes sense to work together, because I believe strongly in that. But it adds commentary that I think is important for the commission, but also the public to know more about the decision to terminate in 6 months this existing contract.
I'll second that, it's basically saying.
We'll finish.
Okay.
I don't think that was a motion. We'll finish the first motion. So I have a motion and a second by Kevin, made to terminate the contract with the city 6 months from when they receive notification. Is there other discussion on that motion?
And I guess this is maybe a question. I support your motion, Kevin, but I want the resolution to be approved as part of the minutes, so I guess.
We're both basically saying
Saying the same thing. If the thought is that both of the motions could be approved, I guess then I support your motion as well. But if it's one or the other, I would prefer the resolution be adopted, so I guess I'm not sure how.
So I got to withdraw my motion and include the resolution.
I think at this point we've got a motion and a second. So my question is again, whereas at a joint meeting November 27th, information was provided to the city estimating costs providing utility billing services around $19,000 per year. With that in there, I guess I thought that we had agreed to do a work study and that we were going to use that study for up to a year to determine if that 19,000 estimate was accurate.
Yeah, and that's correct. The point here, and why I think it's important, and to me also creates the need to abandon this contract, is the fact that we're at 85. 19 was identified as the likely cost. And yes,
An estimate.
yeah, likely cost based on staff. So that's what staff provided. So let's say it's not 19. Is it fair to think that we as two entities would agree that it should be some amount higher? But there wasn't a willingness to even increase some amount. So we're still at 8,500, as I understand with the current contract, until 2025. Right? So the intent was that this time study would provide information, which we will have it, and it will be very valuable for a subsequent agreement. But still the point remains, Dusty, that we as a county are significantly subsidizing that service. Maybe it's not 19, maybe it's 15. We know it's way more than 8,500. I think everybody would agree
23.
Well, I think even the city.
It could be 24.
Yeah.
It needs to go up.
And so the city, and why I think that's important for the public to know, is that the city could have said, we're not gonna go to 19, but we'll go to 10,000, we'll give you some increase, but there isn't a willingness to even do that. So I think that is an important piece of communication. It is the reality. I mean, we've provided our estimated cost. We are doing further work, but it does support the need to terminate the agreement as it currently states.
Like I said, I got no problem terminating the agreement.
I agree too, but I guess I really don't like the estimation numbers in here. I feel like we were doing a study to come up with those numbers, and so I have no problem terminating the agreement upon 6 months. But I think the reason it wasn't increased from 8,500 is because the budgets were already set, both entities' budgets, and so I guess I felt it was, whether it was a fair amount or not, it was already budgeted and it should have been brought up sooner. And that's why we're using 2024 here to do a study and to figure out what it should be. And so I can't support the resolution with estimates in there. I mean, if,
That's not, that wasn't an estimate provided to them based on our staff, you're saying?
well, I thought we decided to do a work study because
Then we could,
then we would have accurate
Yeah.
numbers.
we would have a different form of study. I mean, yeah, it's a number.
I don't think these
Um,
figures mean anything, my personal self. I mean, because
Yeah.
if we're gonna study it, it could go up some or it could go down some.
Exactly.
So basically, you're just saying, this is what we talked about at the meeting, the way I understand it.
And unfortunately, what my fear is, and why I think it's tremendously important, is that we as a commission, back to this money aspect, the budget, we are subsidizing the city. And my concern is that that would be the reason we don't put that in there. Yes, it isn't an exact number. The time study isn't going to be exact either, guys. It's another method of estimating time. So I would ask that we deal with this as commissioners and as stewards of county resources. It says estimate, it doesn't say it's a hard number, but it appears that we aren't willing to own up to the level of subsidization that likely is occurring. That's the reason why that's important. Because we're openly subsidizing and the number may change, but why delay this thing? This has been delaying for many years, I think we all realize. And the irony is that now when it's tried to be dealt with, then we delay it some more.
I don't think
anybody's delaying anything.
delaying it, because we just made a motion on it, terminating the contract. We just need to meet with them and get the actual numbers that we need to put in there. And I agree, we shouldn't subsidize the city. I don't think we should be making money off them, but I don't think we should be subsidizing the city.
I'll call the question.
Okay, so I have a motion, Kevin's original motion to terminate the contract as of 6 months upon receiving notice. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion failed. Is there another motion?
I move to adopt the resolution provided regarding the, forget the title here.
Heading City Public Works contract.
Yes, thank you.
I've got a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, is there discussion?
My personal feeling, these numbers are just showing that what we talked about at our joint meeting. I don't think when it comes down to negotiating with them, that these numbers are all going to change anyway. But it's good to know. And I do think we need to work hard with the city and we need to work hard with the county too. It goes both ways.
a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion carried.
So just for reference, when we take action like that, how is that communicated to the other entity? Is it their letter, or how would the city in this case know that we've adopted this resolution?
Commission should probably get an appointment on the agenda to discuss it.
Aye. Did James talk? He was. Yeah, is there room on your agenda?
I don't have it right here.
I was thinking according to what I read in the said on that attorney, but don't be out there at all. Tear it off the letter and send it when their contract was
Could be.
terminated. That's, I mean, it's gotta be written in the letter, is the way I understood it. Because it says in the written termination.
Okay, so then Aaron would have to,
Yeah, that's my opinion.
We can present it to Aaron.
Yeah.
Sign it today.
Yeah. That way we know it's done and it's right.
Send it to them. I can also take them a copy tomorrow. Okay. Lead officer. So I did meet with Kelly Tim, who did, she did agree to the terms and accept the position. She did take a couple days to think about it. And I do have a agreement for her that I had typed up and had Aaron look over. He did add a few things to it. But it was basically his format or template from our previous hires, but I have copies, I think. But anyway, she did accept the position, and we just have not got together to sign it. She's been busy, I've been busy, but I do plan on touching base with her today, I believe. So here's a copy if anybody would like to see a copy. But I do need them back, because one is for her and one is for us after they're signed, so. If you'd like to read
This is on there. I have to make sure that it's on.
I don't know if that would be, I just got back from Aaron here, end of last week.
What are the dates?
The 80 and the 40, yeah, what we
So
agreed
it's
on.
80 for the rest, yeah. 40 was the administrative, is that what?
Yes,
And I apologize, I clever error with the
Administrative.
administrative.
yeah, clerical or administrative, whatever we call it. Yeah. It's under Article 3 there, under compensation.
Okay, thank you.
I did, I guess I had to do a little more research, talking to Tim as well and stuff, and Crystal provided me with information. We are paying mileage at the state rate or whatever too, so. But yeah, she has accepted the position. We need to get a agreement signed here so we can file that, I guess, so that she is paid.
so do you feel comfortable in appointing her today, or you want that signed? I wasn't for sure on how that will go.
I guess she has verbally accepted and you could be appointed. We just have not got together. I was pushing to get it signed yesterday. She had to be out of town, so I couldn't round her up yesterday or Sunday.
So
So
we could still appoint her.
I'm confident.
I'll move to appoint her.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to appoint Kelly Tim as the lead officer. Is there discussion?
Thanks for doing that work with me.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Then
Okay.
I will have paperwork in the office that she'll have to pick up as well.
Okay. Yeah.
So I guess if you left the agreement with me and then told her to come to the office, she could pick up the whole packet.
Yeah, I'll see if she can come up here maybe after the meeting and look at all, just because I did want to just go over some of the other stuff I learned from Tim with her too, on
Okay.
presenting that, just so she was up to speed on everything, so. Let's see. Okay, discussion on road supervisor position. We do have 3 applications. Yes, what are the thoughts? Do we need to conduct interviews? They all are employees of the highway department, so.
I have another one that came this morning, or Nancy Seacrest just brought it.
This is for the city wall.
Yeah, I'm assuming, I don't know, it just, I haven't had time to look at it. She just brought
Okay.
it.
It says position applying for city water maintenance, so. I would assume that is for that position, but.
I would move that we actively advertise for the road supervisor position for the next 3 weeks.
Statewide.
Yeah.
I've got a motion,
I'll second.
and a second, discussion.
I don't think we should appoint him yet. Justin's, I think, is doing a fairly well job. I think he just needs some more experience and more time with a bit better understanding. I don't think he's quite ready for it myself.
Well, and I agree with you.
He just needs more experience. And by then, if you give him another 3 weeks or a couple more months, and that, he might not want it. I mean, it's a tough job working with them place.
I'm really hoping we can get some other outside interest too. I think it would help keep or get us closer to fully staffed. I guess that's my goal, so I definitely agree with the aggressively advertising. I think we need to get the word out there, and I think we need to be willing to pay, for experience, but we need to be willing to pay the right person the right amount to come in and hopefully make sure the personnel are happy, make sure that things flow, and we need to get back to full staff, and I am concerned hiring within, that there's always a good chance we're gonna lose 1 or 2 as well, and not that I would overlook a good candidate within, but I do feel at this point, if we could get some outside interest, it's drastically gonna help our situation.
And I will share, and maybe you've gotten that communication through Roosevelt Custer, the Southwest area, we've got the opportunity to advertise. Have you seen those emails? There was some marketing material. I'll get that to Krista as well. But there was some funding to, as I understand, for our community as a whole, but this position certainly would fit into another avenue, so. And I think that's bought and paid for advertising as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we need to do it. Is there a limit? Do we want to discuss a limit, or do we just need to advertise? And it's going to cost what it's going to
What
cost.
questions do you have?
Well, don't put a limit on it, because I can't. I mean, I would have to call IU and say how much is it gonna cost. I mean, so I don't really want a limit on that. would rather you say, the next 3 weeks I want it in the IU, I want it in the ACR, I want it in the state. If you want me to do it, I mean, one time I do it, the next time the road department does it. If you're telling me to do it, that's fine, I'll do it.
I would request that you would, because it's our super.
It's a higher condition. If you would, and I'll get you that contact for this other digital option.
And I saw something about it, but I'll tell you what, with the election this last month has been just like,
Well, I talked to a couple of schools, training schools, like, where I call PSC, and they got nobody either, because they train these young guys coming out just for patrol officers, and employees, you know, to run everything with it. And, they got nothing.
Yeah.
It's just, they didn't even know where to send me, you know.
Everybody's short-handed, but I do feel if we're willing to pay for the right experienced person that can come in and has good management experience, I think right now we have talented and good employees, but I think what we're lacking is somebody who can manage them and do some exercises to get them to work together. So I think that's worth paying for if we can find somebody with those skills. So, yeah, we do have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the advertising? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. If you have any questions, Kristen, just ask any one of us. We'll just, I think we're all in agreement that it just needs to be advertised, and so we'll hit statewide and the local papers. I guess, I don't know, does the Bismarck Tribune still send out a paper copy? I don't know.
It's really expensive.
Yeah.
if I put on this, I do the state website, KNDC, Adams County Record, and Roosevelt Custer.
Job service.
That's a state, like job service in North Dakota.
This, the North Dakota Association of Counties, they got a website too, don't they, for advertising? You can throw it on there too. I think they do. I believe they do. Advertising. In fact, I think I've seen some.
I'm not sure, checking it out.
Okay. You guys up for a 5-minute break, quick? Yeah. Oh, real quick before you take a break, do we want to discuss this with Justin and then one of the commissioners sit in on an interview for this position right away? Do we want to act on this right away? Or?
I'd say we're advertising just.
Well, this I think is for city water
Oh,
maintenance.
city, yeah, you're right.
So, thoughts on that? Or?
My personal thought is that, and this, maybe this is too much of a delay, but I would like to have a joint meeting with the city. I really question the current structure, to be honest. And I guess it's not to say that if the structure changed, that person couldn't potentially change who they work for too, but the MMA is too long to wait, I guess, so if we got somebody interested, we have to ask them.
We'll contact this individual and see about a time frame too, and we can discuss it, and maybe they would be interested in, you know, if it's just city water maintenance, or if they're also interested in highway worker, because I think the position was on water maintenance / highway worker anyway, so I'll
I
contact
talked to
them.
him, and I already told him that it would be some time probably with the county, but everything's changing so much with the city that, you know, it would probably be still better to talk to him and just tell him we're gonna hold off on it for a while until we find out more from the city. And I'd be willing to talk.
The meters should be done, I mean, they're here,
Yeah.
and ready to be installed. I don't know what it's gonna look like after that.
Yeah. Okay.
Could I ask for 1 minute, one more?
Sure.
mostly informational, but, and I'm sure you hate to see me, I apologize for not being on the agenda. There is a chance for Mirror Lake Road that we could possibly get a grant to do the initial repair, which will be substantial, in my opinion. I don't know where to look or who to find, but I wondered if you, as commissioners, have access to any groups that might be able to give an estimate on repair of that road so that I could write a grant for that amount. I just don't know where to go with it. I'm not in the game, so to speak. You guys are on the fringes a little bit. So that's one. There's no timeline on it, but I wanted to ask about that.
So Rose would be able to help with that. There's going to be a charge, obviously, for engineering. Would that possibly be included in a grant? The engineering fees? What kind of grant? I mean,
Generally, not, money expended can't be included
yeah.
in a grant. To answer that question.
Because he could give a really rough estimate of,
That would be
X amount of chip
yeah.
seal is 600,000 a mile, or whatever it is, kind of thing.
And I'll
So-
just be real blunt, I had them find 4 pins for me that they put in 2 or 3 years ago, $600. So I'm cautious about anything else, but, that's what they charge and that. So an estimate from Billy or whoever might be a good thing, so I can plug it in there, so everybody knows what they're dealing with. If it turns out to be a joint powers thing, you have an idea of the numbers that we're working with. So almost to my 1 minute mark, I'm just a positive for you guys. I've had the chance to work with a new extension agent. I think we're extremely fortunate to have this person. Just something positive amongst all the other things that we're doing.
Ask him to get the ground running too.
She
like
did,
our last
boy,
one,
she's
so, yeah.
way ahead of that. And our former one was great, there's no doubt about that, but I'm excited to find somebody like this.
So, I guess for clarity, you need just a real rough estimate, I mean, like, if we just ask him to say how much per mile is chip seal, or, I mean,
Well, I'd kind of like somebody to look at, because it's breaking up again and worse. I mean, drive up and look, but I just think, no matter what we do, we need to put some kind of number of dollars, and however it goes from
and you
there.
need that for a grant application. then.
For that, and any discussions that we have, it just makes sense to me, in my opinion.
A contractor. You mean this?
Like that guy in Pullman? I mean, can you call, I don't know, I'm asking. Can you call him and just say, could you give me a quote on what it costs to fix this road?
Who's the guy in Scranton? I can't think.
Wilson?
Some construction.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, do you think it needs to be milled first? Yeah, because Balin from Bowman is who did the Haynes Road. And he would sure give a quote if that was part of the project. I mean, is that what you're saying?
That's what I was asking you.
What are the wishes to maintain a chip seal, to put it back to chip seal, or even to mill it and to have gravel? And, one option is always, annual application of mag chloride or something if it's gravel, and that, keeps the dust down too. I mean, what are the wishes, or, I mean, you're looking for any and all options, or?
I think so. As an aside, for you guys' information on the NDSU Research Foundation, they've been working for years on oil field gravel roads, and maybe they're doing what you said, that they developed something with soybean oil and putting it down and it stays there. I guess I'd like to see what we need to do. I'd like the construction people who are, get their recommendation. I think based on city traffic and tourists, all the things involved, fire and all that, pavement's there, it'd be nice to keep it at that amount, but do what we have to, I guess. It's not for me, because I'll get, I'm on the farm where you guys, I'll get there one way or another, but it should be done before it gets worse.
Well, I guess that's maybe, I don't know what, I'm guessing the general consensus out there is people like the chip seal, they want the chip seal. My thoughts are, again, I'm like you, I drive lots of gravel, And if it's a well-maintained gravel road, especially with like beet juice or mag chloride or something to where the dust isn't blowing in your house windows and stuff, then the county could be out there and they could fix a pothole in an hour. Look at the headache you've gone through all this time you put in because it is a chip sealed road and it's an expensive road to maintain. If it were a well-maintained gravel road that annually had mag chloride put on at a much, much cheaper rate than about anything, maybe that's an option people would entertain out there. You know, I guess it's just something to think about because you wouldn't be going through this right now if it was a gravel road because the city or the county or the township would have gravelled it, maintained it.
Like the elevator road cost, you have to do that, you know what it costs a mile.
You know, no, that is asphalt, you know, so that was built for the truck traffic. But if you take like Cemetery Road or Overhead Road, which is chip seal, if it's very light traffic, you'd probably have to overlay it minimum of 4 to 5 years. Heavy truck traffic, they're just not built for it. But you know, like recreational traffic, I suppose at the long term, 5 to 7 years, you would need an overlay. So.
And another number to throw out, the last estimate we had for Airport Road, that's a chip seal,
Yeah,
right?
that's chip
It
seal.
was right at $5 a square yard. So depending on the,
Are they 20-foot wide?
I don't know what your
Maybe
road,
wider.
and it may be different with overhang, but that was for that road project in estimate.
A square yard.
Yeah. $5.
You know, I mean, trying to do
For
something,
chips,
I didn't
yeah.
know if you guys had access to these people. Or am I carrying one cloak?
Well, again, we're asking if, what your wishes are, or if there's been a poll, or what everybody else.
I think the expectations, this is not a definitive matter, the expectations are to restore it to its state.
I guess we can see if Rose maybe can give us a rough estimate or discuss with them. You know, obviously it wouldn't, I don't think the county wishes to pay full on engineering for a project, but I mean, if they're willing to, you know, they work with both us and the city, if they're willing to give some sort of a simple cost estimate on just to throw a number out there without doing engineering.
I think I'd give the township the throw in some too. Would you guess $1,000 for an estimate? Do you have any ideas?
I would hope they could just drive it once and be like, yep, it needs this, or, you know, I mean, because I don't know if they're gonna be surveying culverts and all that, I don't think we wanna get in that deep, but I mean, if you're just looking at an estimate just to do an overlay, he might be able to do that just by looking at a map and saying, this is the square footage, or this is, you know, X amount of miles, percentage of a mile, kind of thing. We can just mention it to Billy and we can,
You'll do that?
yeah.
That's a starting point. And I think there's a little bit of money to help with the cost of the estimates.
So I got a question for you. The township has been levying that road, correct? So does the township actually receive some levy money from that road? I know there was some discrepancy about it was not supposed to be on the map or was supposed to be, but have they been receiving levy for that road?
I don't know. I don't know.
Something else?
I know they have some money.
Yeah, okay, well, but I mean, I guess my point is if they have been receiving levy for X amount of years, maybe that's a percentage the township should chip into that road, you know? And maybe the other entities, we could discuss possibly doing a match or doing, you know, giving some aid toward it.
You know, I don't think any one entity has the financial wherewithal to do the initial.
Yeah, I'm sure not.
So the joint payment or joint agreement maybe for one time, just throwing an idea out. After that, I'm stubborn as a mule, you can ask my wife, but I think we can still prove ownership, and that would be the maintaining entity, whoever that would be. And maybe I'm still barking up the wrong tree, but I think we can get there. I know the first up to my house is definitively park board. After that, likely so, except by the stove. So, but you guys are gonna wanna do it forever, I mean, the maintenance and what have you, so that's why I'd like to do ownership for the maintenance of it going forward after the repairs.
I think it would have to be, because who wants to do this in another 10 years, you know, as far as who's going to throw the money at it, you know, and especially if it is to be chip sealed again, I really feel that there needs to be some ownership before it's ever started, that project. And I guess I had heard that some property owners owned their portion of the road. I don't know if there was.
Well, it came up, we're selling, Liz, Helen and I work together in real estate, so that came up in that by the spillway. And that house that Leo Johnson built there on the end, right up against the spillway, that property line goes over the road, clear to the water, 50 feet wide over the river, you know, there's about 5 different angles on that property line, but it's pinned, and so it goes right up to the water. So, if you guys in touch with Rose, see what they charge us to do it, I guess, so you guys don't get hung or township.
We'll bring it up to Billy. I believe it's Billy coming today, but yeah, we'll discuss it and just maybe they can give a real simple estimate, or if they need to do full engineering, then we'll get a quote first.
I'll do whatever legwork might be needed for Rose, you guys.
Okay. And then as far as the ownership goes, there's a light at the end of that tunnel, or?
Within a year,
Yeah.
maybe a year later. Not being coy, I think that Katie, the tax assessor, is gonna, when she's valuing properties next year, she'll be valuing property in that area. Likely, so it's gonna happen. And she'll have some software to help with it, ownership and so on, you know, how each lot is taxed and who owns what. There is some overlap and legal descriptions that make it a little bit gray, but you just sort that out and determine at one point in time who gets what, who's been maintained and so on. That's what I know so far. I've also had a private owner say they would throw in $500 to go towards finding an owner. I'm sure there's more out there that would want it resolved and would pay for a different one. I'm not very politically correct, but I was asked to take Steve Wild of Bowman to get a neutral opinion, so there wasn't any pushback. And as polite as I can, he wasn't very active in looking at it. He wasn't very prompt. Waited 6 months. So, but I would think there's some other people, I know there's some South Dakota people that maybe work a little cheaper than it. So I'll keep looking on there. I'm very slow, you can put it almost got there.
Yeah, I assume before you can apply for a grant, you need ownership too, right? Is that
But
a time frame thing?
If it's through the park board, if it's through, the easiest one would be the park board. I'm not picking on them. They're more of a public entity that gets grant funding for playgrounds and for softball fields and all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's no guarantee we'll get a grant, but at least it would be worth pursuing.
Well, I think grant is great. I just, again, the person's got to protect that entity in the future, because if the grant is through them, then does that, you know, leave them hanging for maintenance 10 years down the road or something too? So that's.
If we go to anybody's life, attorneys, commissioners, park boards, whatever, I'd like to get some kind of number of
Yeah, no, and we'll talk to Rose today. We'll mention it. So see what.
I apologize.
No, thanks for stopping in.
Thank you.
Are you just here spectator sport today?
Yeah, well, I was hoping to get on the public works with the agreement with Edgar. Reader is under the impression that they got a letter canceling the contract in August. It's all up to them. All I would ask is that Reader doesn't get treated the same.
Yeah, in Reader, I talked to Colton Larson, he's working on, coming up with a joint meeting, day 2 for the 28th of May with Hagner and Capital County, so.
Yeah, I just want to see what you guys are going to do with it. And just to, well, thank you all for your good work, by the way. So, I know public meetings can take a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We're going to take a quick break before our next appointment.
And on that, actually, our action today terminates the Hettinger agreement as well. And so, in both cases, the desired speaking person is to work together, but there has to be a party on the other side that's coming to the table too. Otherwise, the liability, we're agreeing to something we can't do.
Indicate the reader
Just now, but I didn't know the way
They don't have much for resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, what's gonna happen when Reader disincorporates and Hanger, the county owns those roads and those water meters. I don't wanna keep Reader going as long as we can. Have you guys talked about the Reader Basin thing yet?
Yep.
What was decided?
Well, just to terminate the agreement since they stopped paying in July of last year, so there's, just to terminate it, to clean it up, because otherwise the agreement pays. So, yeah.
The other thing is when you hire that guy with Public Works, why not hire somebody that has a whole bunch of kids?
Yeah, you think so? Hey, Stephen,
Morning, Anthony.
that should always be the goal.
Yeah, so hire kids. How many kids do you have?
I gotta call it, excuse me. Hey, Eugene. Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, I was just in a meeting, so I couldn't take it. Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, goodbye. Cabin or non-cabin?
Right in the middle of it. Last 2 nights have been kind of wild, so,
Busy, huh?
yeah.
Well, last night should have been good weather, I guess.
Yeah, it was nice and warm last night.
West.
Good.
Good.
You won't turn
it off.
Right in the heat of it, so. I was
The
just
same
telling
board.
Anthony the last 2 nights have been a little long, so I'm a little
So dusty,
hazy, why, that's why.
Student West and Tyler.
They
They have till today to drop the draw,
yeah,
because I have one that has called and asked on it.
but they have to be in as of yesterday.
Yep, yesterday at 4. I had to work till after 6 last night, because some cities just wait till 4 o'clock to bring all of it. So then you gotta take all the measures, and
Oh,
I have to have everything approved by Friday,
okay.
and then have all 3 meetings this week, so I usually do it after hours.
Are you by yourself today, or?
Callan was supposed to come.
Should we wait then until 10, or is he, or you don't know if he's coming, you mean, or?
He was supposed to be here, he's gonna be here, but
Okay.
I don't mind if we get started.
Yeah,
That's fine.
well, pull up a chair, I guess.
And the fire district sets their budget in July every year. So you guys have actually seen this sheet last year in August when I was here for our budget. It's gonna look pretty similar next year for 2025. You can see we're running about a $40,000 deficit. Talking to you today about the new city pumper that we are going to purchase. is being built right now. About $380,000 for that new fire truck. Every year, we took out a loan 2 years ago through Dakota Bank for $300,000 to help pay for that. So every year in July, we have a payment of $40,000 due on the principal and another $9,000 in interest. With your guys' donation, we got $20,000 from you guys last year, we got $20,000 from the city of Pettinger, and we got $10,000 from MDU through their foundation that made the payment this year. So our next payment isn't due until July of next year. And so I guess I'm gonna be asking for $20,000 again. I know last year in August, I had said I'd be here asking for $20,000 for 5 years for a total of $100,000.
What is the total payment again?
The total yearly payment
Yeah.
is $49,900 approximately. At the August meeting, I know there were some questions about warranties, and I don't think I sufficiently answered those questions, so I dug into that more. The Freightliner cab and chassis has a full 2-year warranty for 250,000 miles, which you won't get that. The tank on it is a lifetime warranty on the tank. There's a 20-year substructure warranty, so the stainless steel tank cradle and the body substructure, which is also stainless steel that they built, there's a 20-year warranty on that. There's a 5-year pump warranty. The first 2 years are labor and parts. Years 3 through 5 are just parts. And then there's a 10-year paint warranty. And those are the warranties on the truck.
Is that a PTO pump?
Yes.
Automatic transmission?
Automatic transmission, just some of the guys aren't comfortable with sticks anymore down there, and it is a volunteer fire department, so
Yeah. So is that an ultra shift then? It's a newer Freightliner?
it's a brand new Freightliner. I'm not sure of the specific
Like a
automatic.
top speed then probably?
I'm guessing, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a guess.
Automatic anyway, okay.
Yeah.
When's that supposed to be done or?
It's supposed to be done next week with delivery scheduled for when Callan can get some guys together to do training on it. So they'll send a guy up, drive the truck up, and they'll bring a guy to train a handful of guys in the department on the truck. And then those guys will be responsible for training the rest of the department. So,
You said your next payment is next what, July?
July of 2025 is the next payment. With your guys' donations, we were able to make this year's payment, and we purchased the new radios that the state's requiring. That was a $70,000 bill for our department with a $39,000 rebate to the state. If you guys are generous enough to donate again this year, we're looking at turnout gear. So new pants, new boots, new coats, new helmets for all 25 firemen. It's going to be $70,000 for new turnout gear. A lot of our turnout gear has a 10-year lifespan, like a car seat has an expiration date. There's a lot of expired turnout gear in the fire hall right now. So it just needs to be addressed.
You don't update that little by little, you know? I mean, it's always a one-time purchase or?
Well, that was my idea going forward, was to do the pants, and then in 2 years do the coats, and then in 2 years do the helmets, and we're looking to get on that type of a schedule going forward. It just kind of came up on me here recently. I wasn't even aware of it, to be honest with you, that they had expired turnout gear in the hall. The chief lately has notified the board of that. You know, the board listens very closely to what the chief tells us at our meetings of what they need and what they want us to spend money on, and then we approve the money. So honestly, being on the board, I wasn't even aware that there was expired turnout gear there. So
So that 20,000 requested, is that for the turnout gear or for the
that is for the payment on the new pump
Payment.
truck. Yes.
So if we were to contribute to turnout gear, that would be an addition.
It would be, but I'm not gonna.
You're not,
ask you guys
okay,
to do that.
okay. So it's just the 20,000 for the payment?
Yep. If you guys help us out with $20,000 for the payment, the board will be able to figure out how to pay for that turnout gear through other donations
Sure.
and things, not taxpayer dollars.
What is the state of your other vehicles?
Really good. We replaced all the grass units starting in 2013. We replace them every 2 years, so all 3 grass units are up to date, and there are no issues with them, as far as I know. The oldest one is a 2013, which to me, that seems pretty new for a volunteer rural fire department. The International that we have, the other city pumper that we call it, that's a 2001, so that's 23 years old now. Honestly, it's more of a parade pony than anything else. It's got a pretty weak PTO pump in it, compared to Dosey, which is 40 years old. Dosey can, suck out the water line pretty flat, but it's just starting to run into a lot of maintenance issues. But everything's looking pretty good. Once we get this city pumper updated, I think it's going to be a while before we update the other truck. And part of this Dosey, sometimes you see that on grass fires. Obviously, we're not going to do that with the new city pumper. So the fire district purchased an additional grass unit to help supplement, to send another unit out into the country. So there actually, instead of 3 grass units, there'll be 4 starting this year.
Any personnel, you full staffed? Or?
Yeah, they got all 25 firemen. So.
Got some guys close to aging out, or you've got a pretty young crew, don't you?
Well, I think Callan will probably have to answer that question, but I think there's a couple guys.
Yeah.
But overall, from what I understand, it's a pretty young department.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah. Long term.
Yeah. If anything, I've heard that they're kind of wanting to postpone the aging out guys so that, because they have so much experience and we are so young, that they're pretty valuable on those
That
fires.
leadership is important, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, I assume you're here presenting because we have not done our budget for 25 yet, but you're looking for money by July of 25 is what you're looking for.
For next year, yeah. I know at the August meeting, I think one of you asked me to be at the April meeting to request funds to be put into your guys' budget for next year. That's what I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you still waiting for Callan too then? Or is he?
No, I'll give him a call, tell him sorry. I got
Okay.
it. I don't, he's not gonna be worried about it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hold the chair right away. Morning.
Good morning.
Rose will be here at 10:15. So room for Billy or whoever's coming from Rose too, so.
I like Kevin, does it?
Grab that stuff and sit there.
It might be easier to do, Kevin.
Yeah,
That way you guys
Do
can
much
like
waiting,
wait.
but they're good training.
not that wet.
Okay, and while you guys are here, maybe we ought to just start with a pile of right-of-way applications. Have all of those with you?
I believe so.
Yep. You want to start in alphabetical order, or we're just going to pick the top one?
I think I'm gonna take the top one.
All right, you can present them, let us know.
Okay, Messers, Ken Messer, they, applied for a right-of-way, one on the Duck Creek access to the field. Well, with 2 18-inch culverts, I tried to drive down there and check it out. It is muddy and there's alkali flat, so I couldn't quite get down in there because I didn't want to get stuck. But it looked
existing culverts?
Yeah. Instead of replace culverts.
Okay. And they are on a township road? Unorganized township road, or what are we looking at here?
Yeah, they were unorganized. So
Claremont. It's Claremont Township.
is it Claremont?
North up on that section. Well, unless it's on Kansas City, but it's right in between between the two of them.
So it's our road, or it's whose road, I guess I mean,
It would be probably in the township. It's not on the main road. But it's one that we blade.
Yeah, it's Kansas City.
It's kind of right between the two.
So it's a certified road. You said it's unrelated.
Yeah.
so this is our road, our culverts, or what, I guess?
It would be the township culverts that need to be replaced.
Okay. You said it's in Kansas City.
Is that unorganized? I guess it.
That's what I.
I think it is, yes.
It is,
Yes, it is.
okay. So township road and an unorganized township.
Okay, so are they asking for a right-of-way permit, or are they asking us to do the work? Because it's our culverts, I guess, help me understand what's going on here.
I think they're asking for the right of way, is what I'm getting. I think they're gonna do the work and we'll give them the culverts to replace.
Do we know that, or?
I think you want to check, because if it's an unorganized township, I think, then we would, then they wouldn't have anybody
Yeah,
to go, so. Yeah, so I think double check on that. I'm assuming if it's unorganized, then they want the county to do it.
Yeah, why don't you check on that and then follow up with us? And if it's a shared road, we may need to find out which township is levying that road or whatever to make sure. Okay, next one then?
We're gonna go with, Jimmy Siemens, Scott Township. It's on a quarter line, but, if they went to the half-mile line, it's in a slough, so it's easier just to have it in that quarter line. And they're just widening the approach, so they can get in and out of there.
And it's off of our county road.
Yes.
Does it have culvert in it now?
Yes.
So close.
Extend the
Yep. Extended the culvert.
And who's fine, I see the little note here that Siemens is not responsible for the cost. Somebody else is funding this then, or operator or somebody that rent the land or something is funding this?
Yes.
Oh,
That's just an FYI for us, then, okay.
And what is the policy we approved again? So does the original pipe need to be replaced or no?
No,
Okay.
I think we just needed the extension, so
So-
it's the widening.
And the county doesn't cover the extensions?
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So the county would have no cost with this then?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a request then for adding an additional piece of culvert and widening an approach off of 5th Street Northeast, which is a county road, my understanding, so do we want to approve them individually then?
Move to approve Jimmy Siemens right away request.
I've got a motion, is there a second? I'll second. We've got a motion and a second, discussion. So then being it's, you're selling them a culvert, is that correct, or?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And a band, and they
Yeah.
will,
Bolts and
okay, you'll figure out the price. I assume it's not going through a township, so then you have a private price or something, is that how you do that, or?
it should be just one standard price.
Okay. Okay, I've got a motion to second. Is there any other discussion? Other discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Next one.
Roddy Wolf approach, they want to put a new approach in, a 40-foot culvert.
Right off of 3rd Street. Who will be building that?
They will be building that and we'll supply the culvert.
He'll sell it to him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What township is that again?
That is secret.
You informed them on the specs or whatever for building an approach? and-
Yep.
Okay.
Give them the spec sheet and,
And you'll inspect it when it's done?
yep.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve that permit.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Once again, no expense to the county here, right?
All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, motion carried. Okay, you got one more?
Larry Anderson. That's in Main Township. They replaced the existing culvert. I stopped there this morning and, yeah, it's not even in the flow line and it's,
That's when it comes down that little approach and runs down the main road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about that one.
that needs to be replaced and moved back into the flow line. Upsize probably to, probably 18, 15.
Maybe what they need to do is some landscaping,
Yeah,
that field
maybe.
gets that approach
Yeah.
so that it actually goes into the ditch and
Yeah.
down. Yeah, you talked to him about that then?
I got this yesterday, so I went up there this morning, I haven't talked to them quite yet. So, but yeah, they're gonna need to do some landscaping and,
Doing work.
yeah.
So that's a county road?
Yes.
So we would do the replacement then?
It's still an approach and
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, it's an approach, not an approach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's just an approach to a field.
Gotcha.
So they'll be responsible for the work and the culvert. Maybe make sure they know, or I don't know, maybe you could even offer some help flagging or something, how that drainage.
Yeah.
Because it's running right down that 19th.
Yeah.
It just kind of runs all the way down. It's on a hillside. It must run a quarter mile down the
Yeah.
road, so. Okay, I have that permit for Larry Anderson. Do I have a motion to approve that?
I'll move.
Second.
I've got a motion, a second. Is there further discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carried. Okay, is that all of the right of ways?
I believe so. That's everything I have in my stack.
So you'll bring the master one back in today then, so we can act on it, is that the plan?
Yeah. I'll call them as soon as I get done here, we'll look at it.
Yeah, I'll figure out if it's our road and it does culverts, and obviously we're responsible for it, so. But, Billy, come on up, it's 10:15. Okay. The whole gang, we got it.
Right,
How's Billy today?
good, how are you guys?
Good. Sorry to hear about John Gross.
Yeah, it was a tough deal. He hadn't been working since last summer, I guess. He'd been sick in and out of hospital and complications and yeah, was at one where he was,
Just liver failure.
yeah, there's some other complications too. I guess that just kind of led to him, yeah, caused a lot of problems, even in and out of hospital and for several months, I guess.
Was he 43?
43.
Yeah.
That's a sad deal.
Yeah, we started our condolences.
I have, I'll just do a few quick updates on the projects we're currently working on. The Market Yard Bridge construction project, that's all complete. We're waiting on one certificate or pipe submittal from the contractor, and then the DOT will accept all the final records and post the project out. So very close to having that one wrapped up. Design projects, the bridge replacement projects that we've been working on, the ones that were delayed now due to funding, kind of just put those on pause a little bit, haven't been doing too much with them, but we continue to work through what needs to be done. Just kind of focusing on some other projects right now, but still need to acquire easements, complete the structure design itself, go through some of those things, but I think we discussed everything that we need to discuss as far as Schmaltz Bridge, the bridge south of Haynes, and then the two Reeder bridges, the one north and south of Reeder. Those are the two I'm referring to, I guess. The one south of Reeder was the historic bridge. It was advertised for adoption. 3-week period where that was, the bridge was not adopted, so then what happens is you take a bunch of pictures of the bridge and put together a little kind of report to document this historic bridge that gets filed at the historic office at the state, and then the bridge can be removed. So I think you guys might have got something sent to you, memorandum of agreement for that. Is that basically what that statement was, you guys? Okay.
That just basically needs to be signed by us then, and then just returned to the state, correct?
Yes.
Then we have to remove it.
No, the contractor will remove it. It's part of the project, so.
He's got 5 years.
If it's 5 years from today or 5 years from when the project is, that's one of the projects that was delayed, so.
And what, may I ask, what do they do with it?
At that point do whatever they want.
Well, I say, once this is signed, they can cut it in half, they can do whatever they need to do, right? I mean,
Just curious.
Yeah.
But this will be bid, right?
This will be bid,
With the other project.
the other project.
Yeah.
He's just giving us permission to remove a historical bridge.
It's been documented as a historic structure, so went through the steps and process to get approval, basically to remove and essentially destroy that structure. So yeah, this would be something, not having been through this, I would think you guys should sign and return back to the state then. So we'll keep moving forward, working on those projects. I have reached out to the landowners on the Cedar Creek Bridge north of Reeder too about, last we talked about it was either constructing a new bridge adjacent to the old bridge or just closing the road during construction. And those are two options that we need to consider for maintaining traffic during that project, and we're really ready to have that discussion here. I'd like to talk to a few more landowners out there before I bring a recommendation forward, I guess, but building the new bridge adjacent to the old bridge just allows the old bridge to remain there during construction, and that you're having to acquire more land. There's like, when you see utility impacts, things like that, when you shift the road over 75 feet or however much it would be, so.
What's kind of chalk in the road?
It was a lot more gradient to not have, a rough curve in there. The road hard curves, so if you're kind of tied into the existing curves, then you're doing quite a bit more road gradient as well.
You haven't had a lot of feedback yet, I don't know.
No, guys that I have talked to, that's that they understand that there's going to be inconvenience out there at some point, so it's, shouldn't even estimate what the duration would be, if it's 6 or 8 months or something like that, the road is closed. It's just temporary inconvenience to having a new structure that can handle legal loads that can haul across it without restriction. But there's a few more people I'd like to talk to. So the Country Club Road project was one of the 3 projects where we submitted funding for the Flex Fund applications. We did receive an email about the Black and Blue Road, but nothing about Chandler Bridge or Country Club Road. So I did reach out to the DOT on Monday and asked, are there more award letters coming out or not? She said, well, we sent out the award letters last week, Friday afternoon. This week we're going to send out, she called them rejection letters, and then the following week after that, next week we'll start sending out contracts for the entities that did get funding. So I can just only assume that Country Club Road and Chandler Bridge weren't funded. Black and Blue Road was the only project of the 3 that we applied for that got funded.
Didn't get
We did get funding.
I didn't get notification on
So I know you reached out and asked me about it Friday, and it was Friday afternoon when they sent out emails, I guess. They went to Justin to my email address, so. So I'm just talking about that, I guess, just in regard to the Country Club Road project. I know that was still kind of, if we got funding, that might potentially move up the schedule for that project, but now we're still just kind of moving forward with planning on doing kind of a regrade or reconstruct project next year. And then chip seal and make the following year, which would be 2026 if we left it, the gravel blended road over the winter season.
if it was done in two separate segments or whatever, if there were a round of grants or something to come up again, it might still be eligible for like the second round to do the overlay or something. Is that possible?
Flex funding is every 2 years. That was something that was not tied to any kind of federal COVID or IIJA funds that are out there. It's something through the state. Every 2 years it's in legislation now. That can change, you know, but it's something that they plan to keep available for every 2 year cycle. There were some counties that applied for $1 million, let's say, and they only got $100,000, and it said use the $100,000 for the engineering to have your project designed, I guess, so it's ready to go for construction in the future. And that's not what happened for Black and Blue. Black and Blue got all that you requested, so that's going to cover your engineering and construction. But when I asked about what about these counties that only got enough money for engineering, and she said we did that so that they can use the engineering to design their project, have it ready to go, and then those projects are going to get highly considered, or she didn't say high priority, but they're going to get more favor next round of flex funding application for construction. So what they did is, you know, they funded the design of several projects to go to construction, and then you can apply for flex funds for the construction next time. I'm saying that because Country Club Road didn't even get funding for the design engineering. I don't think that excludes it from being selected for awarded funds in the future, but it definitely puts behind some other projects of getting funding. So I was
Don't get your hopes up kind of thing.
out of all of them, I was thinking that would be the one that really checked the most boxes of you getting funding and it didn't get anything. So if that changes any planning for the Country Club Road project, I guess we'll still continue to have something ready to go, and we could do something next summer, construction project, if that's the direction we go, but we'll do our design, acquire some easements, have everything ready for that consideration. We can talk about it this fall, on let it this fall, early spring, something like that.
Well, I think, you know, with all the roads that we have done, you know, the one that was mistakenly drug out and was gravel for a full season, by far has held up the best. And so, I mean, if we're planning on moving forward with Country Club Road, then I would say we should intentionally do it in two separate phases, and that way we can find any problematic areas, you know, when we have some time. And it may be a little bit of an inconvenience if it is a gravel road or whatever for a season, or maybe even two, but I think long-term you have a better product when you're not, you know.
Yep. Yep, and definitely have that option to go that route tonight. So it would be a good idea for the project, I guess, itself, to give it a season to settle if there's any soft spots or anything that needs additional maintenance, and that can then do a double chip seal.
It's also a season to bank some funds from the state too.
Correct.
Let's say.
Can you speak back to the Black and Blue and just,
Yep, I got something else. Sorry for, okay. I was gonna hand this out. This is what we submitted for, part of what we submitted for the flex funding application. There's the location map on one side and then our cost estimate on the other. Just so we're all talking about the same thing, you know, this was, so what we applied for funds for this project to haul gravel, 2 inches of gravel on top of the existing chip seal road right now, and then do a full depth reclamation and bring it all together. That's what we based this cost estimate on. That is not necessarily what we have to do, you know, with the project itself, but it should be something kind of close to that scope of work. So, you know, we could blend the road and then add gravel on top of that. It's blended, any kind of a combination of that. We're not doing any widening, nothing else additional, just more or less addressing the failing chip seal surfacing that's on there. We estimated a total construction cost of $388,000. I put $60,000 in there for engineering. Total project cost $448,000. We had discussions about this at the end of last year when we were talking about which projects to submit. We only requested $300,000 from the flex funding, saying the county's committed to put some of their own money in, anything above $300,000. So with this now, we can kind of target a project that would be in that $300,000 range. We could do more if you guys have, the commitment to put additional money in there. But what this is, it's a reimbursement program, so you'll have to hire an engineer, you'll have to hire a contractor. You don't have to necessarily advertise and go through the process you've done for those federal aid bridge projects. But the only guidance is you have to follow state century code, which means, you have to bid a project if it's over $200,000. You can't just hire somebody, which is likely what this is going to end up being. I'm saying that because you guys did hire a contractor to do something similar on the Haynes Road. This project, just because of the length of it being a little bit longer, is likely to be something we'll have to put together a little bid package like you did for your gravel or any other project, I guess, just requesting bids for the project. It's only a good thing, I guess, to help get competitive bids, and hopefully local contractors still bid on it. Could bring in a out-of-state contractor. You never know, I guess, when you do advertise like that, but I don't think it's going to be a project that's going to require a lot of engineering. I put that in there in the estimate, I guess, just to have it in there, have something in there. If we are going to bid it, that's something that we could do. I'll help put together a bid package, do a bid opening, and some of those types of things, but honestly, we don't need to design the project like we would for the Country Club Road, for example. So, biggest thing, I guess, is maybe just kind of talk with Justin a little bit about what's the best improvement to do on that road, with this funding, and put together a little set of plans, I guess, not much more than that. Some quantities and cost estimate for a location map, and then we can go out and get some bids for it.
So just to clarify, the 300,000, is that the state share? Or, I guess, how would that split? Because wasn't it like 70-30 or some, or was it just a flat dollar amount?
It's a flat dollar amount.
But the state would cover 300, or?
Correct.
Okay, and then anything above that we would cover?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, the letter, the email that Justin got said, "It's my pleasure to inform you that the project you submitted for road reclamation was selected by the committee and will be awarded $300,000 from the Flexible Transportation Fund for preliminary engineering, construction, and construction engineering." So they can cover any of those 3 items, but it's not saying you have $30,000 for preliminary engineering, so much for construction, so much for construction engineering. I'm not trying to cut myself out of the project, but this is going to be a kind of the 300,000 is a target. I guess we can go go towards, and I just don't know, it's gonna take a lot of engineering, we can be as involved as I'd like us to be, but it should be a pretty straightforward project as far as Justin just working with the contractor out there. If they got all gravel in before or after, packing the roads and those types of things afterwards, but
You said put 2 inches of gravel on top and then level on the other 2.
that's what we included in the application. But I'd like to talk about that, if we should do that first, or if we should put the gravel on after. We think we'll get a better surface, and that was part of the struggles we had on the overhead road. So when you blend that up, you pack it down, and that's packed hard, and it's hard to finish grade or finish blade that then, because of the asphalt that's left in there. Point then when you chip over top of that, which is kind of what's left like we have. If you had a couple inches of just pure gravel or aggregate on there, if that's something you can wet and blade. But Reeder Road, was kind of the same way, where there really was very little blading done on that road. It was graded out once and then it was kind of left. You wound up graded it once in the spring of the year, mainly to just kind of pull some loose material back up and got packed in there. But that was one of the reasons, I guess, I'm bringing that up, is it would be better to add gravel on afterwards, or would, because there's concerns. I think there's some larger chip seal chunks or asphalt chunks on the Haynes Road that you see. You have to imagine that that's going to work its way up through the gravel as well. You're not going to cover up and aerate that, so it'll work its way up eventually. Talked about you go through and blend it twice. You blend it once and pack it, and then you blend it again to try to break up any more chunks. That increases your cost, obviously, but I don't know how else to do it without taking material off the road and running it through some kind of a screen to avoid having those larger asphalt chunks that are out there.
So you could windrow it, you could mill it and windrow it and then put gravel next to that, or you'd mill it and spread it out and then put gravel on top, and then you'd have to come along and mill the whole thing, same pattern, just with gravel on top? Or how would you do it if you did the gravel afterwards? If you were gonna do it twice, so to speak.
If you're going to do it twice, I would say just what they did on the Haynes Road, was they started on one end and went down, blended it up, packed down behind them, come through and do the same exact thing again within days of itself, I guess, and then after that's completed and it was packed back, all that blended materials packed back into to shape, and just covering that with
Gravel.
gravel.
So, and I realize the question, so some of the concern I've heard from Haynes specific to that is that as we did that, then you've got this muck on top of a hard surface. And so I know when Josh was here, some of his concern, or what he expressed to me, was that because the two materials weren't mixed, you had the gravel on top, and then with that being wet, it was hard underneath that middle layer, and so it was just, so that at least what he told me was the value to incorporate the two materials to pack them down together. So help me understand what should be the goal, I guess.
I thought about this, and honestly, before I make a strong recommendation, I think I'd like to go out there and Ford Road, see what's out there, how much gravel beneath the chip seal. Maybe if you get down into the subgrade beneath the gravel, that's a nice sandy material. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to blend all the way down and get a couple inches of dirt, pull that up in there, have some just some kind of binder. The oil from the chip seal, that's a good thing. That's going to give your road, it's going to keep dust down, it's going to give it strength and stay in place. You're not going to lose it when you have like millions or a blended road. But the disadvantage to that is the advantage, but the disadvantage is it's hard to blade and maintain that after it's packed back into place. And then just, you guys have seen how like the shoulder of the chip seal road, it'll start to alligator crack and roll up, and then you end up with chunks of asphalt or chunks of chip seal, the size of this right here. And when that reclaimer comes in with the teeth and is grinding it up, some of that stuff just kind of pushes through, it doesn't go through the teeth. And then you end up with those chunks, and some of them are, you know, softball size and baseball size, and it's not too big of a deal, but some of them are bigger, and then they just, like a rock, it just works its way up through the road. So those either become maintenance issues, you know, trying to blade the road and you're propping those out, or they just become, you know, end up in the wheel path and so perhaps or something like that.
So if you were to mill it, you know, grind it, mill it, lay it out, put gravel on top, and then come mill it again, then you would get a good mix with the gravel, and you would hit it twice, right? I mean, is that make sense? Or?
That's certainly an option too, because that's what you're trying to figure out is what's the ratio of gravel compared to the chip seal. And as much patching has happened on that road, I'm not concerned, but I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of areas where there's a lot of asphalt out there. Cold mix or just, it's probably been chip sealed half a dozen times over its life as well, I'm guessing. So that's kind of what I would like to investigate, I guess, before we don't have to have a plan today, but you know, this is something we can, construction for 2024 with these funds. I'd like to, before we get too far in this conversation, just kind of see what's out there. If we're going to grind up and recycle what's out there, what we're working with, then do we need to add any gravel, how much gravel, when should we add the gravel, type of thing that what was included in the application was adding 2 inches of gravel.
So just a few items. It's interesting that this was the one that was approved at our public forum in Lemon, over 30 people, and no formal vote, but I would say they pretty much all wanted a surface road, okay. Some contacts that I had after that, in particular from the farming community, want gravel and the ability to, from a weight standpoint, etc. So in any event, just a couple pieces to follow up here. Clearly, is that an asphalt road or a chip seal road?
It's a chip seal.
So it is an asphalt. So, because there was some discussion about some folks that went way back with this, that they suggested that actually it was asphalt, and due to the thickness, it was asphalt that had been chip sealed a number of years. Can you, when you look at it, verify if it truly is a chip seal road or if it's asphalt?
Yes, we can tell when we work for it.
Because supposedly some townships way back when had put money to asphalt, put it down asphalt. And so just that clarification, I think would be helpful. A couple other pieces. So what my understanding with any of these roads, whether it be country club or there, the first step is to mill it, and even if you were to surface it at some point, my understanding is it has to be milled. Is that accurate? Even if, whether you were to chip seal it or put asphalt down, it has to be milled up.
Correct.
Okay. And then finally, do you have just a ballpark number with asphalt? I think what I'm hearing from the public is that there is recognition that, you know, with what we're using these roads for, chip seal probably isn't a fit. Just a ballpark as to the cost. I think the last estimate we saw for Airport Road was about 80,000 a mile for chip sealing. I think was the estimate. We paid 60,000 last year. Is asphalt 2-3 times that?
I did just put something together for Bowman County for 4 inches of asphalt, which would be, I would say, the minimum. You need to get by with 3 inches. I wouldn't do 2 inches if you don't have any, if you're not putting on top of another asphalt layer. 4 inches was $480,000 a mile.
Yeah, that's helpful.
So 3 inches, you know, you can take 3/4 of that number.
But you wouldn't recommend that for heavy loads at fast speeds?
I would recommend 4 inches. Yeah.
Okay,
Plus some additional base strength. The chip seal oil has changed a lot over the last few years, trying to be more, not having diesel additives to it and environmentally friendly as oil can be. More water added to it to cut the oil type thing. So the chip seal oil that was used here and this part of the state for a lot of years was like a penetrating oil that would, they spray it down and it was much more sticky than what the oil, what the oil would be now. They spray it down and it would kind of soak into the gravel that it was on. And then you can go and look at it after a couple different applications you'd have, like looks almost like asphalt. When you take a core out of the road, it's this thick of, an oil puck, asphalt puck, and it's chip seal oil that penetrated down into the gravel beneath it. It was a good thing, and that's, well, in my opinion, the oil's not performing the same way now as it did then because of an industry change that had diesel fuel additives and a bunch of things in there too. But that's why you can see some chip seal roads that have a lot thicker section, or a lot of city streets here in town that are just chip sealed. A thicker asphalt section that appears than just what you would see if you went out to Coca Road today, kind of thing.
And the frequency that's recommended today for chip sealing, is it 5 to 6 years?
Yeah.
Well, we're on that subject, Mirror Lake Road, they were looking for a non-full engineered, but rough estimate to do a chip seal on there. And I assume you drove it with some of the controversies between ownership and city and county and stuff, but do you have any idea of ballpark figure? He was looking for a ballpark figure of what that would cost. They're looking at some grant applications and stuff, and they're interested in, I assume, a double chip seal for the south side of the lake.
Okay, I would probably just go back to that estimate I gave you guys last month for the airport road, which was,
I'd like to swear here.
overhead road was 450 a square yard. And to airport road, price per square yard, but yeah, I have the numbers there, so it'd probably be
I got airport road, 53,677.
yeah, and
That's the cost.
$4.90 a square yard is what that is. That road out there is probably not 30 feet wide, it might be 26, 28 feet wide. I don't know what the length is if you're going all the way around to the avenue, but that's what you can do for one application and double it for two.
So it's up to $5 per square yard for one layer of chip seal, not two. Okay. And I don't know, you've seen that road, I think it's probably beyond just one layer, isn't it? I don't know, I mean, maybe if you did a good job of patching, I guess, and maybe do a fog seal on top of that to make a nice road out of it, or?
Yeah, if you're going to do two chip seals, I'd suggest doing it 2 years apart or
Well, you would,
spread it out.
not do two, okay.
Confirm that first, it's not just going to blow up on you, I guess, after the first one. But yeah, you want all the potholes and everything patched, filled in, I guess, before you put the chip seal down. The box seal would help shed water.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, since we were talking about airport roads, the city guy here does want to chip seal airport road. And another couple of blocks in town, I guess, so they're gonna move forward forward with that project, I guess if you guys are in agreement with that, that you'd have that, what I estimated, 50,676 would be your guys' share of 42% of the airport road.
I think we kind of agreed last time that if they did it, we would participate in our share, just the mobilization, it just makes sense to do it together.
So that's, yep, so Matt talked to the city after that last meeting, that's the route they'd like to go, and I think what we'll do is just let the city hire the contractor, pay the contractor, and then request reimbursement from the county. That makes sense?
And they're gonna do bids and stuff then, or, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, they'll do some streets up in the Africa edition as well. With their road, so it'll be a larger project, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. Entertain a motion to participate in the chip seal of Airport Road with the city. We've got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second, is there a discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried.
Okay, I'll let them know. I already did let them know.
Yeah.
That will proceed that way.
Okay.
And then back to the flex funding in the Black and Blue Road. So like what I said, they're gonna send a contract, they're gonna send more information to, likely to Justin again. And agreement or contract of some sort then that you guys would have to execute to receive the funding and probably would have the terms. So I don't wanna kick this project too far down the road, but I also asked the question, can the county be reimbursed for the engineering if they have completed engineering prior to this contract being signed? And they didn't know the answer to that. They were gonna check to let me know. If we were to go out for the road tomorrow and send you guys a bill for it, I'm not sure if it'd be covered by the flex funding or not. So I'd like to wait at least for an answer to that, but I don't know if I want to wait until the May meeting before we talk about it again. So I can send information to Krista, I guess, if I find something. But if we're able to start working on the project, that's what I would like to do initially, is just go out for the road. If it works, Justin will be there, we can take a look at it, and then just come up with a recommendation of what we want to do. We'll want to start advertising and getting somebody on board sooner than later.
Yeah, sooner the better. The road's falling apart pretty good. I've been trying to gravel potholes and it keeps getting worse and worse. I don't know if I can keep up graveling it, the whole road's gonna be gravel over that
We'll have to
asphalt.
cut 2 inches on top of it.
So,
Yeah.
it needs to be done soon.
Yeah, I don't think we want to belabor it out anyway. We want to, as soon as we can get rolling. But what type of coring? I mean, what type of dollar amount are we talking for if it was to be excluded from the contract?
It would just be one day, I'd probably have you guys go out there.
And if, what I'm hearing, if they're gonna cover 300,000, the project is gonna be more than that anyhow, so it shouldn't, it's not a cost share, right?
Correct.
So we'll get a 300,000 anyhow, right?
Up to, yeah.
Right, so we will, and I guess, at least if your estimates are right, we're gonna be over 300,000 anyhow, so we shouldn't miss out on any cost reimbursement.
Correct. Yeah, that's where we look at it.
So there too, I guess I would support us getting after it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's right. Just
start that process and,
Okay. And I anticipate it's pretty consistent out there. We'll just, a mile, maybe take 3 or 4 cores out there and just kind of see what we're dealing with. And if there's a bad spot, one area that's attached a lot, we can look at that one too and see what's going on beneath. But at least with this, we blend it up and back down with the surface that you can maintain. Then those areas you can go and blade and touch them up with dry holes.
Could I request, there is a lot of historical knowledge of that road that precedes any of us here. In your process, we ran into that a bit with the overhead too, where the locals are saying, well, geez, why didn't they check here? They should have known this. Is there any value to reaching out to a local to try to glean, or at least because I've heard many stories too about, the hill or different spots, and or do you just use your scientific method to sample it?
I don't know, I would welcome input from, and I'm asking you guys,
Okay, so I would give you a name of, like, the gentleman that lives right there on the corner. Richard Harwood would be an option, and he would be happy to share some of that historical, because they talked about tree sap, or I don't know, some sap was used way back when, and some areas that were trouble spots, and
I certainly would welcome any information that we would have. We do need to be cautious, I guess, of any kind of advice or guidance, and take it with a grain of salt, but there's a lot of value in that historical knowledge. Dealing with the bridge and this overtopped here, not here, those types of things, that's good information to know when you're designing a project, or even this one, you're just considering your options to what's the best option, what's the best way to move forward. Okay, any more discussion on that? So the only other thing we wanted to talk to you guys about was last month, 2 months ago, I talked about the BNSF proposal about some adjustments to crossings and trying to find ways to not have impacts to crossings. Made the same presentation the city had here last month, and then had a follow-up conversation with BNSF just to kind of summarize, county and city's response to that, and more or less said, they welcome more conversation about it. So there's a little skepticism from the city that what they're proposing is going to help, but they're appreciative of you guys reaching out, trying to come up with some options, and being willing to apply for grants, those types of things, to the point where they'd like to both boards would like to continue the conversation.
so what, I guess in reading your message to Krista there, the railroad, they're not willing to pay any engineering, or they're not, this was all kind of initiated by them, and so then, for them, to not reach out and say, hey, bros, we'll pay for any engineering for this design, because this was our idea. I see a cost split between city and county, but I don't even see the railroad as a third partner there.
Right, and the railroad wouldn't, I guess they're just wanting to work with the county's engineer. They wouldn't have to, and I guess I'm willing to coordinate some of this stuff, but it's going to get to the point where I'm getting more and more involved. Right now, they're coming to the table to say, hey, we could apply for some grants. BNSF, we're willing to apply for some grants to help alleviate crossings being blocked. Here's some ideas that were thrown out there. What do you guys think, right? So you guys can answer and say, yeah, it looks good, apply for the grants, and then it's in their hands and they can move forward. Or you can say, I'm not saying you, the city and the county, you can say, well, let's have some meetings, let's talk about responders have to say, let's see what the park board has to say, let's see what the public has to say in the public input meeting, and before we agree to move forward with the grant application. So I guess that's where, if I'm going to be involved in this, I guess I just wanted to know what the expectations were, if I should be involved in this or not. If so, there should be zero expectation for DMS to pay for this.
Well, yeah, that's my concern, is that obviously you need compensating for your time. Nobody's expecting Rose to do it for nothing. But at the same time, I feel like the railroad is the one who reached out, and now they're just saying,
So that they could be working with Justin just the same, right? And should they pay for Justin's time they're viewing me as an agent to the county or employee.
you know, they're just not willing to participate in any engineering costs on, I mean, to design something or to.
They would design everything themselves. It's strictly just the coordination, the presentation,
They have their own engineers.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be my time going to a public input meeting and being there to help answer questions as to why we can't close the crossing down by, type stuff, so.
Just as much a representative as an engineer. I see.
That's what it is, it's a representative of the city, the county. That's gonna be my involvement, but it's, unless that's something you want to go to Krista, she can coordinate these meetings and line stuff up, and it's just been more than I initially expected it to be. Once it moved past the point of, we're interested in continuing the discussions.
Yeah. No, and I feel comfortable with you involved. I just wanted to understand the scope of what the railroad and what they were planning on.
They would apply for grants in that.
They would apply for grants, they would design the project, they would do everything internally.
I guess I don't think it makes sense to have Bill in his capacity to fill that role. I think there's probably more affordable resources to do that. It's my personal thought.
You're suggesting to have the railroad contact the highway department then, or?
Somebody within the county, the commission chairman, I guess is what I'm hearing.
I have no problem with that. As long as maybe we can still keep Rose as consultation or something if there's questions that are above, because I'm no engineer, Justin's no engineer, and so if something is proposed that just flat out doesn't work, then I don't want that on my shoulders, I guess. So
That's the problem with these meetings, though, that we've been at, is I'm at them, and he's at them. But when they're asking me questions at these meetings, I'm not going to give. I mean, I didn't, closing the one road, I was having trouble even reading the map that had that first meeting. And he goes, well, if you close that road, you got to go to Bison and around. Well, I was still, and that's where was good to be at the meeting to have, until it gets farther along.
Are we interested in moving forward with these discussions? Is there interest in participating in moving crossings and things like that? I mean, I guess that's something maybe we need to cross to, or is there not interest in even following along through with this? What have you gotten for feedback from the city? Are they skeptical, or are they, you said they have reserves that it may or may not alleviate any.
I felt like the city had the same response you guys did. There was a little kind of skepticism of removing crossings and hope, but appreciate that they're willing to look at this and reaching out to us, because there's been a lack of communication or whatever. So city said they'd like to have additional discussions on it as well. They certainly are signing off on the concepts that were proposed or agreeing to any of them, but they said, let's keep talking about it. So then the other part of it is you're dealing with city and county boards now. Crossings are talking about closing are in the county, on county roads, but it's viewed as a city of Edinburgh project and involved both entities. So then you start talking about when could they come and meet with the two boards.
But if the city and county would agree to this, it's basically a cost to the city or the county to have to put this together.
The grant application.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just not gonna put together a grant application for something that you guys say, absolutely not, we don't want to close this crossing, or we don't want to do whatever they're proposing to do. They're willing to apply and then do all this stuff, but they just want buy-in from the city and county going into it.
And I think it was said up front that, you know, they thought it could be contentious, and so to me it was kind of a backdoor way of getting a feel for the community, but at the end of the day, it's going to require the commission and the city council and the public to have a meeting, and I think that's the next step to explore these options before we do anything more going forward.
Is there a deadline on any of this?
I don't know, I'm sure there's a deadline for grant application, but it's not near. So then when Chris and I followed up with BNSF, we talked to them, we started talking about when and how could we meet with both boards. BNSF would come out and meet with both boards and start the next step of conversation. So we talked about, we meet on different days. Do we have a joint meeting and advertise that, and then that is something that could potentially be become very public, or do we have one or all of the county commissioners go to the city meeting, and you have to advertise that meeting, but then you have it concurrent with the city meeting, or vice versa, one or two, or all of the
So
council
May
members?
28th at 6 PM, we're meeting with the city joint about contracts and stuff, but I don't know if that's too far out as well, but
No, because we're actually looking at June,
okay.
having a meeting, so there were some conflicts in May with them being able to be here.
Being
But yeah,
yeah.
the dates we're looking at, so then one of the options we talked about was, and I haven't talked to the city about this yet, but having the city come to your June 6th meeting.
What if there's time on May 28th? And it was just proposed, but I think the mayor's going to discuss it tomorrow at their meeting, but maybe if there's time, we could possibly have it as an agenda item if you were available, 6 PM, May 28th. We will tentatively both be together then.
Okay.
But I guess that probably doesn't answer your question about engineering prior to that. Are there thoughts on cost sharing some of engineering, or I guess as Anthony stated, if it's not engineering purposes, it's maybe something we don't need to pay engineering fees for.
And I believe June 10th is our June meeting date. That we had set the equalization on that to just.
It's- That's
June 6th.
6th, June 6th.
The 6th.
That's the change at one point.
I text you because June 11th is election day.
Got you. Okay, sorry about that. I will change it here.
I think I got home after that meeting, you guys chose that, and I texted you all, and everyone was okay with changing it to the
Yeah, I
election.
remember that.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm not anticipating this being a lot of my time. I just wanted to get any kind of consensus or any kind of guidance from you guys before I send a bill for the hour that we were on phone with Ian and stuff last week, you know, that type of stuff, so. It's not the design, not a survey, it's nothing more than coming to a meeting or the coordination correspondence with the NSF, acting on behalf of both the city and the county. And if you want me to pass that coordination off to somebody else, I certainly would, but right now it's been directed to me.
Where does the city stand? Have you had that conversation? Not until tomorrow. I guess other than Billy, Chris is our mutual communication with the city, but I don't feel it's fair to put that on her as well either. But I have no problem, you know, having those conversations and stuff. But I feel maybe Bro should be at least included at a limited length or something if need be or something. I guess so. I guess my thoughts are, Billy, you've already got time into it, and I feel like we are, I guess, responsible for some of that time, just because we did agree to have these conversations. So I don't feel you should have to donate that time. But going forward, maybe if we could just limit the costs to, you know, to a minimal, so, you know, more of us needs to attend the meeting or something like that maybe, but if the city feels otherwise that they want you, then it would be foolish not to share the cost 50-50 with them as well, is my thoughts. So I don't know if I really answered any questions, but
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell you almost anyways.
yeah, I mean, I agree with Commissioner Larson. It's expensive to pay engineering fees for just conversations that could be shared between mayor and commissioner and the railroad, but I do feel a valuable mediation and what is the hourly rate for work like this? Ballpark figure. So you can have half would be a 90 per entity.
But just, you know, last week was the example, we were on the phone with them for an hour.
That was almost 2 hours. It started at 11 and it wasn't, it was over lunch, yeah. And the last one was 3 hours.
That was the one in person here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I'm just hesitant. I'm cautiously optimistic there will be any outcome. And so I think the sooner the decision makers get to the table, the better. That's why, to me, it has to be a joint meeting sooner than later, because otherwise I'm not sure of the value of any of the discussions, quite honestly. So that to me has to be a priority.
So we're requesting to come to that June meeting
Yeah.
at the end of the meeting and meet with you guys in person.
And I think that's great, because
So then what I'll ask the city then is if they want all 5 of their council members to come to that June meeting, or to avoid a quorum in a special meeting with 2 members come from the, to represent the city and come to the county meeting during that time on the agenda as well. So that's, if we go that route, I guess that would be the question for the city, you know, how they want to be involved.
And I guess a question as far as avoiding public meetings, I know that there's reasons to do that. Are they requesting that, or what would be our reason to try to avoid a public meeting?
I'm not trying to avoid the public meeting, I guess, but it's more just how the meeting, a joint meeting between 2 entities could be advertised and the attention it would get, I guess. Trying to not disclose anything, but certainly keep it under control from spitting out into a social media, what's being proposed.
I would just counter that. I'm not surprised with that reaction, but I think it limits the productivity. We all represent these people, and it has to be managed, and I would lean very heavy on our chair, in our case, the commission and the mayor, to manage that. But the idea in today's world that we're fearful of a public meeting, I think raises a red flag, to be honest. We should engage, and we should want that, DNS should want that, because we're only going to react based on the public's reaction as well. So let's have a meeting and get people together. And it'll either spur further meetings, in my opinion, or it'll be the end of it, if the options aren't viable. So that would be my thought. I would prefer it to be a public meeting and we have a room full, quite honestly.
Yeah, I think there's absolutely the intention of having public input meetings with this, with the initial conversation, to get that direction from the city and county, is where they're hoping to meet with you guys, not in secret. Maybe a full public meeting, but say, how would you guys like to proceed? Is this something, we're still talking about options and concepts? So that was the discussion we had about trying to find a time when the city and county can meet together. So that's
Mostly
entirely
to try and find like scope of what you would actually want.
to present.
If you have 10 people here all saying all we want is an overpass or an underpass, and you guys don't want to fund an overpass or underpass, why bring it up as an option?
But yeah, that's going to be entirely your guys' decision. Nobody's trying to keep it in secret, I guess, but just wondering how to, when to and who. That's what we're trying to decide now, when and who to.
I think I understand what you're trying to say is they want to come up with first they want to know how much interest there is from the city and the county. Then they want to know what the options are, if there are viable options. And then they would like to take that and go to the public and say, okay, I've got interest from both city, I've got interest from county. Here's your options. What does the public feel about these options? Or should we scrap them? I mean, is that kind of what, without getting people excited like, hey, there's going to be an overpass, they want to say, okay, county and city, do you agree that maybe this would be an option to do, to go out east a mile?
That's essentially what they're looking for. They said, we'd like to make improvements in the city ahead here. There's some issues, there's some problems. There's grants that are available, we can apply for those grants. But for us to do that, there has to be mutual benefit to both the NSF and the city ahead here. We're not just going to, we're not going after a grant to build an overpass for the city ahead here. It needs to benefit the NSF as well, and that could benefit them, but that was kind of like the example. So they initially reached out and said, we'd like to apply for a grant, we'd like to do something, we have some concepts in mind, can we present that to the city and the county, or should we come present it to the city and the county? And I just said, I can share this with you guys and see what the feedback is before we move forward. So that's what I did when I made the presentation here. And at the city said, is this something you guys want to continue discussing, or do you want to just close the book on it now? And both boards said, yeah, let's continue talking about it. If there's a way we can get some grant funds for improvements, let's talk about it. So we met with the NSF afterwards and said, this is what they'd like to do. So now they're saying, okay, when we can all get both boards together. Or representatives from both boards, because maybe it's a two-person meeting, right? Maybe it's the chairman and the mayor meeting with the NSF, and then those representatives can come back to the boards
And maybe that's the next step,
That was
yeah.
what we had talked about, who would when and how to have that next meeting.
Yeah, maybe that's the next step, is not in a public meeting, just to have representatives from both boards sit on a committee with the railroad, or just have a meeting with the railroad, and rather than
That or if you're gonna do it, I think, because if one board has a quorum, you both might as well have a quorum, I think is what Anthony's saying, but if we're not to that point to where BNSF is, if they're just wanting to have conversations and ideas, maybe each board just suggest a representative to go meet with them in person.
So I understand from BNSF, they're not in a position where they come and they put up a big tag board and say, these are the things we're gonna do, we're going to this crossing or that crossing. They like to get there, they want to meet with the city and the county first to get you guys' direction, so they can prepare that big public presentation.
Yeah.
Because right now, the concepts that they're proposing are no more than just ideas from somebody who's never even been ahead here, kind of thing. So this is what could work, but what do you guys think? So they want the direction from the sheriff, or the fire department, and from the city and county officials before they're soliciting feedback from the county or from the public. But if this happens in a public meeting, there's going to be that opportunity for the public to become involved as well.
Yeah, I guess however it needs to play out, I guess maybe the next step is a representative from each board to meet with them if that's what they desire, and after that it could go to a public hearing stage or whatever.
Okay, they're willing to travel out here and meet with both boards independently, both boards jointly. Or
Is there a desire to have them at our next meeting then, at the May meeting? If BNSF wanted to come, we just meet with BNSF one-on-one and they can meet with the city one-on-one, or is that what you're saying they were
Yeah,
willing to
we
do?
would mention that May meeting will happen in here next month, so then they start looking at June meetings. They start looking at June dates, and myself and there, there's a conflict, so.
Okay. Should we just invite BNSF to our June meeting? Is that thoughts or?
If you guys want to think about it and let me know too, that's fine, you don't have to make a decision right now, but that was kind of where the latest conversation was left, is that they'd like to meet with.
Either separate or together.
Correct. And meet together so they can come out for one meeting, but separate, knowing that you guys meet separate days.
So I think we should meet all together, so, meeting, so, otherwise we're gonna have ideas and they're not gonna want, without them being there and stuff.
That's
They're
kind
gonna have
of,
shit ideas.
that's kind of what you told them, that it was going to work that way. To meet with you guys and come up with ideas, meet with the city the next day. They don't like the commission ideas, and then you're back to zero.
So you're saying too that we should meet together?
So they would be able to come for that June meeting, and we scheduled them for at the end of the meeting, not after the meeting, but at the end of the meeting, like at 2 o'clock, and invite
Okay.
either the whole council or a couple council members.
Yeah, so they're either coming to your June meeting or scheduling a separate special meeting, joint meeting.
I'm fine with the city coming June, I guess if they want to have a quorum, I guess that's city decision, but they're invited to have a quorum and schedule it for 2 p.m.
So if I can just, I am able to meet that day, and it may have, maybe only affects me. That's when Slow Electric's annual meeting is, so I will have to leave. I guess I don't know how long it'll go, but,
June 6th?
yeah.
Okay.
But that's not to say you can do it, but,
Will you be here for the equalization hearing?
yeah. Go ahead, it can go on. I think this will be a healthy start, so, yeah, it can be at 2 o'clock.
What time's the slope at 6?
Be before that, but it'll be fun.
They were only gonna, probably, they were thinking like 2 hours, so like 2 to 4 or something.
Were we talking about, or was that?
No, it was like 2. Because I said it would be best if the commission would do all of their meeting before they came.
I'll invite the city to attend at 2 p.m.
We'll talk to them tomorrow. Oh, I'll talk to them tomorrow, because you're not going to the city meeting.
Yeah, Shannon's gonna go. I'm right.
I'll put an email together to
Okay.
support you guys, so you can.
Unless it's something you want to do.
No, that's okay.
And that'll be a decision they can make if they want to, who they want to.
Yeah, they don't have to even make that, I could just make them aware, they don't actually have to. They just have to make sure somebody's there.
Moving on.
That was all I had on my list.
Okay, stuff highway department needs Billy for, or questions?
No, I don't think so. We'll just get together, the board, on the road.
Okay, yeah, I'll figure out when we can get out there, I'll let you know.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Billy.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
2 more items, Pat, real quick, sorry.
That's fine.
Drinking water.
I've been doing that with every
Hey,
day.
you're always welcome to visit.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Bring your friends next time. We'll get them. Oh, I don't have any friends. Oh.
And that's where I hear on that June meeting too. Is the 2 hours is I'm gonna get like.
Yeah. It's just sitting right on the, through the 91, sitting on the street right. Thank you. Well, that would be issues at my household. Is it refilled?
They don't take over until the 3rd. I think we have to have special meetings the 3rd Monday of June. The 4th Monday of June. I would bet, I'm betting that I have to have special meetings on the 24th of June. And yeah.
So like Susie will be at the meeting, this she wants it to be.
Well, I asked her and she said she'd be off, but I'm pretty sure Michelle Gaylord will be at this meeting,
Yeah.
just for how much interest she had in it. And then maybe, if they're just gonna have 2 people, maybe it should just be, maybe they should invite all 4. And it just gets advertised as the city council comes, and if only one comes, one comes. I mean, there is 1 open position that nobody ran for. So that would be only 4 council now, or a mayor and 3 council members.
Just to be ready.
Yeah, yes, definitely, but I don't have. So that's how it's so weird how they do that, because like elections on the 11th, canvas board isn't until the 21st. So you actually, I would not pick any write-ins till the 21st. I mean, the way they changed this, it makes such a headache for me because it's, so I would have to, between the 21st, which is a Friday, have a meeting at 1 o'clock. Then I have to actually call the person who would be on as a write-in to be at a meeting on that Monday. Because that's mandatory by law, that it's that day. So they give me 2 days to find
Find your right in.
my write-in to be on the, yeah. Not quite well thought out,
The only other contractors that specialize in patching chip seal roads.
There's like paving repair type contractors, yeah. I'm assuming patching, you know, those crack seals or,
Is there some familiar popular names in the general region, or is it?
I'd have to do a little research. Um, I'm sure there is, but I can't think of any offhand numbers. Thinking more of like your like Bismarck Rec, so you'd have somebody that come around and like do repairs in like the parking lot stuff. Maybe they can either dig out a small area and repave it, or do some kind of use a product or a material or a tool to.
Right.
So,
Because the quality of work is critical as well to stay, I assume,
What's that?
the products and,
Coming for.
because I've heard the difference between cold mix and hot mix
Oh,
and
there.
Right.
all of those issues.
You know, it's what I had. Think there's something to look into.
Yeah, I can send
This
you.
is probably recent.
In particular, the question came up from a county perspective, especially for short, we have other related things that we, does it make sense, or are there alternatives to having somebody come in, hire them for a week, and specialize in more?
Yeah, what's best use of your resources you have,
Outside.
the cost or something.
You know, basically, slide hammer. Yeah, no, he was doing a good job.
Asked to send Gene.
Oh,
I gotta bring it back up.
If you don't have
Okay.
all right, thanks guys.
Thanks, Billy. Okay, road and bridge stuff.
Well, I went and looked at a pickup yesterday, that one, and I figured I'd let and see you guys thought. It's a pretty nice truck, low miles. I think they're asking 20 more or something for it. Yeah, 3/4 ton. Yeah, I got a price quote on that stage.
It's a gas.
Yep. Four-wheel drive.
Yep. We have about 40 some into 2 pickups in. Is that gonna be putting a bind on our equipment budget for the year? Or?
I don't think so.
So you're requesting to purchase this pickup?
Yes.
I would move to approve the purchase of 2012 Chevy Silverado, the price of, what's over here? $22,218.
I've got a motion, is there a second? I'll second. We have a motion and a second, is there a discussion? Any discussion? These are total?
Yeah, well, I gotta put a tow hitch on it, but yeah, they're towable, they got the shifter on the floor.
Oh, it does have a flush?
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta pop right in.
I've been looking for them, so.
Oh, okay,
Make
so
it
it
a lot
is
easier.
a work truck practically then? Okay.
Yep, 3/4 ton, it's got toolboxes in it.
Okay. I was wondering if it was an automatic, if it had the manual transfer case. So. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. 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 Motion carried.
The overhead, I went and looked at spots, and I think we just need to put the chloride back on there. They're staying pretty hard and holding up pretty good. I don't think we need chip seal in them right now.
Mag chloride it and try and get through the year.
Yeah, they're holding up pretty good. Yeah, we'll just smooth back over and put more chloride and make chloride on there.
Does it need more gravel again? Is it settled in or?
They're just pushing out, just pushing up to the shoulder of the road. So we'll just clean that back up, put it back in there. That should keep holding up.
Yeah. You applied the mag chloride?
Not yet, not yet. It should be, yeah, I'm gonna try to get over there, get them cleaned up and put some back chloride. We're looking at maybe some rain tomorrow, so be a perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
What?
We like the moisture.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Well, if you feel that it's suffice to get it through, I know, I hated to tell Billy I didn't think we wanted to put the money into it this year, but it sure seems like we've been pouring a lot of money into it. It's tying up other budgets,
Yeah.
other things, and we've got other plans, but at the same time, we don't want to let it go to hell. So
No.
if you can keep it intact and keep everybody happy over there that way, I think we're okay with that. So.
And the mag chloride just keeps it hard and
Yeah, keeps
Sheds
water,
water.
it sheds water, keeps the dust from flying, and it keeps it just all right there.
You just spray that on.
No, we just actually take a can and spread it.
Oh, it's a pellet or whatever.
Yep, it's a pellet, and we just spread it out, nice and thick.
and then put water on it.
Hopefully it's wet when we do it, we don't put
Oh,
water on there.
oh.
Yeah, we just kind of wait for rain and wet surface and try to pack it in as good as we can, whether we drive over it or whatever.
Okay. What else?
The Kaiser royalties would like to be paid half. Or Kilmer.
Up front and then the other half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that gonna be the closest pit to Black and Blue or?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Still a pretty good.
Pretty good job. That or it would be, the whole of that. That'd be pretty much straight shot.
They both will have gravel suffice for that project.
They should.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of gravel, we got to hold all that.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious.
We're talking about
What is the Kelzer royalty payment? You have a bill prepared or anything for that or?
No,
Perhaps.
2.50 per ton, I think, but
250.
250, it'd be like 210,000, so half of that is. Because it's for 60, it's for 84,000 ton times 250, and then you divide that in half.
I think we're talking ton, not yards. It's,
I'm talking 84,000 ton, that'd be 60,000 yards, but that one, the royalties was bid by the ton, they hard.
okay.
And we do have a signed contract and everything, so we,
And then you turn your W-9s back in for, because, you know, they'll have to be 1099 at the end of the year. And we do have that back in house too already.
did the contract identify how payment was to be made? But the next one will be.
Yes, I would hope so. I researched a lot of those contracts and I've never seen any contract I ever had with royalties.
Yeah.
Enerson Pit, that was all through Knife River. We didn't pay any royalties to them, we paid just Knife River.
I move that we pay one half of the gravel royalty on the Kilzer gravel project. to the Kills.
I'll second.
Motion second, is there further discussion on the royalties?
And I guess just so it's the equivalent of 60,000 yards at the equivalent of 250 a ton. Half of that. Do you want an amount? We should probably.
I would like an amount, because I don't even have
Is it 1.4? Is that the conversion?
60,000 times 1.4, which is 84,000 ton, and then that times 250 a ton. Which would be what, 210 or something?
84,000 times 250 is 210,000. So total amount of 105,000.
Okay, I've got a motion, is there a second? All right, I got a motion and a second, sorry, is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, motion carried.
Should I have them submit a receipt to us, a bill, an invoice to us for the royalties for half of that? For the record, they're not necessary.
We should have some sort of proof of payment, yeah. And
Well, I mean,
whether we make it, have them sign it or whatever, because this payment goes directly to the landowner, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
he
have
can-
them submit an invoice, like I said, if you want us.
Yeah, if he can do that,
Between them.
that would be good, yeah. Actually, at this point, it won't be paid till May anyway.
Yeah.
But, okay.
They were scheduled to come down and do that in August, was it?
No, no. They hope, that would be, there's October, they have to have it completed, so you're looking at September, October before it officially gets done. So the contract will be done. They have to have it completed by, I believe, October 31st.
So they could cut their time, basically.
You could, but Fisher said that they would have
Right, okay, I was just curious.
happen. They could, yeah, they could.
Is that Roger Kilsworth?
No,
Who is it? Not Donald.
Robert,
Robert.
Robert and Kathleen. Catherine.
Catherine, yeah.
Okay, other road department things?
Our car washer went down. I took up the pump system to have it looked at, it's over 20 years old, just to see what it's gonna cost to get fixed, and then I will figure out whether we need to buy new or fix that one. I'm hoping we can just fix that one for cheaper instead of buying because the new ones, they run between 6,000 and 7,000 for a new power washer with heat and steam and stuff, so,
That's a 220 fuel,
Yeah.
fuel fire.
yeah. So I'm hoping we can, it's just the igniter and we can get it fixed and maybe some cleanup on it. But they're gonna look at it and get back to me on what it's gonna be.
What brand is that? Alcoa, IEM?
No, it's not an Alcoa.
Potsy.
It's a Foxy.
Yeah,
I think that's what we had. I think
Yeah.
Okay, you got other items?
I don't think so.
There's something here about a gravel policy.
I don't know if that's.
Basically, that worked, the question came up at a township meeting if the county sold gravel at the Scott Township meeting, and my understanding was that we did. And so when I visited with Justin and Jim, it seemed appropriate that we probably should have a policy. There's different interpretations, and I don't know what our official position is, but in visiting, this was a draft that we put together, and that's what it is, basically. The one piece I will say, from the one public forum, there was some discussion about whether the county would sell to individuals. And as this policy is written, and I think practice has been not, but certainly that is something that could be considered as well. But in any event, whether it's modified or not, I think it's important that we are consistent with how and if we sell around.
I think the selling to individuals is probably a discussion that needs to be had a little bit. You know, with the amount of gravel the county does have, you know, there are certain individuals maybe that live in unorganized townships that can't buy through their township or whatever, that maybe need just a load for their driveway or their mailbox. And you know, while we do have I guess Stepex for an option as a contractor, and maybe a few other entities, you know, Fishers, I suppose, where there's private pits. I guess the question is there a reason to or not to sell gravel to individuals? And is it fair to or not to sell it to individuals? I mean, are we... No, go ahead.
I think the reason we got that policy is because we didn't want to run out there for one load or two loads and stuff. But I did have a taxpayer and stuff that asked me, called me the other day and asked me if we look at that, and I told them we did. I told them why we didn't have the policy. But I got no problem with selling it as long as we keep loading it. Like if we're down there loading from our pit and that, because I don't think we've got time to be running out for one load or two loads or three loads. But if we're loading to hauls for somebody else, or we got our loader down there, and if they want to hire somebody to haul it, I got no problem with that. But as long as we're loading and keeping track of it.
That's kind of my thoughts too. I don't want anybody else in our pits. We need to load our own gravel, and it needs to be, again, at our convenience if we are going to sell it, because exactly right, we're not going to road a load of 20 miles to get somebody 5 yards of gravel or something like that either. But if we happen to be in the pit and somebody nearby would like a load of gravel, you know, I'm not even against hauling it if we had the time to haul it, whether it would be to a county or a township or a private entity, private farmer rancher. But is there a reason not to do that? I guess I'm asking.
As of right now, for us to haul it, we're short on help, so I'd like to keep the main focus on the county instead of like a private driveway or something like that.
And the answer can be no. I'm not saying you can't say, you know what, we're busy, we don't have time, but is there another reason to have a policy not to sell this gravel to an individual?
Well, I guess as long as we're loading it, it shouldn't be horrible, and we're there keeping track of it. We don't need, like you said, we don't need them in our pits and get a free-for-all. That's my biggest concern, is a free-for-all.
Yeah. We own so much gravel around here, I don't want the county to be looked upon as hoarding it to things like that, but obviously you have to use your discretion. If somebody calls and wants a load of gravel, even whether you load it or haul it or whatever, if you don't have time, you don't have time. And that needs to be the answer. But, you know, for a private entity, where compared to a township or whatever, obviously we're contracting to do the work for the township, that's different. But I just don't, maybe we don't want to say we will not sell to individuals. I mean, maybe we need to have some circumstances there to where we will, is all I'm saying. Otherwise, I have no problem.
The guy that asked me and stuff is Dwight Hoffman, and he said we gravel down that way, and he says he'll pay for his own hauling and everything. He said if we don't have time, if we've got time. And I told him I'd bring it up too. And I see it was on the policy already.
That's because we talked about it last week.
Oh, okay.
Seth was The other piece I'll just throw out for discussion, and I guess I struggled with this and it was just brought up here, but, you know, we have a rate for loading gravel that isn't much. And quite honestly, unless we got trucks running one after another, we're losing money loading gravel. And so, if you read this, it says if Adams County does not haul the gravel, then Adams County must load the gravel at the loading rate established, which, like I say, we're gonna lose money, and we're gonna tie up a man that could be doing something that needs to be done, unless other arrangements are made with the Adams County Road Supervisor. And I think maybe that's similar to the selling to individuals if the situation is right, provide some latitude to the road supervisor. I just, you know, I think we heard of a project last year that we couldn't get to, they were ready to do the work. And it just seems to me that, I don't know if it's a matter of putting a camera out or using some method to try to keep people honest, but I'm hopeful that we could give the supervisor some latitude where it makes sense. If we can load it, great, but I think in many cases it may not make sense if potentially. So this is a draft, it certainly can be changed, but it's a starting point because I haven't seen anything in writing to this point. I've just heard a lot of different things.
Yeah, I guess other than maybe if we put Adams County will sell gravel to individuals under circumstances, or, you know, I mean, I guess I feel like that maybe could be included, and the loading thing, yeah, that's, it's tough to let somebody in your pit. You trust that people are honest and whatnot, but I think it's so easy to even just lose count of bucket loads too, and we have a duty to the taxpayers too to make sure that that gravel is being reimbursed if it's being sold. But I do think a lot of that is discretionary to the supervisor as far as circumstances.
But it does say that we're not, so we don't sell gravel to individuals, isn't that what it says in the ID? So
Yeah, that's a draft.
So I'm going to make a motion to just take that out and leave it with the supervisor. Is that out of our policy?
Well, we don't have a written policy. This is a projection, so this is, or a suggestion policy.
I thought we did have a policy.
So then, the other scenario that comes up, and I'm fine with whatever, I just want something writing and agreed upon. So can Joe Contractor can buy two and resell? I assume if we're gonna let individuals buy, that would be anybody, right? So, that's the path that this goes down then as well, so just so that we're all clear. Basically, anybody can. You know, at one point I thought when I first was on the commission, there was two different gravel rates. And I might be mistaken there, but, you know, I thought at one time there was like a higher price for something, and I don't know if that was the public or.
I think Nathan maybe put something in there. I remember he had a couple of different policy changes there for rates, but.
And I'm not promoting that, I just want us to talk through, because Justin or whoever will get to deal with that.
That's why it needs to be discretionary, I think, is, you know, I mean.
So it depends on who you are. Kind of is where this all goes to. That's the risk, I guess, of opening it up. Right.
Well, it also depends on the amount. So, you know, if John Doe down there needs one load by his mailbox and he would like, you know, to come get a load while you're hauling, that's one thing. But, you know, if somebody else is building a bin site or putting up a commercial facility and they want, you know, 100,000 yards or something, obviously we need to be able to say no, because we're not going to empty one of our pits so somebody can build, you know, something like that. So either way, it's going to be discretionary. I think it has to be if you're going to sell, You know, even a township, if they wanted X amount of yards, if we don't want to empty a pit, we're gonna say, hey, we're not gonna sell you all that gravel either. So, if you're a township and you want 100,000 yards for something or other, and for some reason they can pay for it, we may not say, yeah, you can drain the Blaha pit for all your use, because, again, it's discretionary.
How do you control a contractor coming in and buying 10 loads at $12 and then turning around and doing your township? I'm just asking, doing the township work and then he charges you $15, the township, for that gravel that he, just from us, that he's making $3 on that, and then you got your township people
Put
upset.
a clause in it, no resale on it.
Because of the.
I get what you're saying,
And I see the need, I see where you're going with not selling to individuals, because I understand it, but again, I think it all comes down to discretionary, but maybe you're right, maybe Kevin's right, it should say this gravel will not be resold for profit. And I don't know that we can control that anyway, you know, but,
What's that, Chris?
So that's the problem.
yeah.
Makes you feel better though. That's it.
Well, he did honest, once he put something in there, if there's any left.
Well, I mean, if Farmer Joe's hired a contractor to do it, and he knows what the county charges, and he knows what he's gonna charge, I guess that's still between him and the
Right,
contractor, but I mean, you could scenario yourself to death. I think we just need to agree on a policy, and not every policy can cover every avenue and aspect of everything anyway, so we gotta have a foundation, I guess, and that's just all you can do. But yeah, you can eliminate that by not selling to anybody besides, you know, public entities. But I just don't know if that's, is it fair or is it unfair, you know, to hoard all that gravel, I guess, in a sense that, but again, timing is huge. If you're busy, you're busy, and we got our own work to do, so.
But if you're out there hauling gravel for ourselves and we don't have time to haul for somebody and we're down in a pit, and this party wants to get a private person to haul for them, I have no problem as long as we're doing the loading and keeping track of it. I just don't think we should have other contractors who are loading on it. That's.
So I mean, if you put, you know, my suggestion would be to put, we will sell gravel to individuals and contractors on discretionary basis or something, maybe, I don't know.
You guys taking notes for your changes?
Chris does, I guess. Still thinking about this.
Because no, I don't think we should be selling large amounts to, you know, maybe just limit the amounts. Maybe that simplifies the resale too. But of course, then you gotta keep track, oh yeah, you came for 2 loads this year, not 5, or whatever, I get that, but.
In the past, also, it was stated to me when I first started that we just don't sell to individuals because then, first of all, what about our pits run out? Second of all, you say load somebody, if we're down there, well, generally, guys that are like, say, 2 of the operators that are running the gravel trucks, they load themselves and they're back in their truck and they're going to dump that and they go back. We don't have an extra person sitting there at our loader, they run the loader themselves, so that's just why we just didn't hassle with that. I mean, just not hassle, but just didn't go that route because.
Well, the other option is to keep it as it stands and just discretionary make an exception. I mean, I don't, you know, I guess I just feel like every now and then there's gonna be an exception to it, but, I can't speak to it because my mom owns a gravel pit, so if I need gravel, I have access to it. But if Kevin needs gravel, he's an individual, what access does he have to gravel? You know, I mean, he's got a contact, probably the only contractor in town, well, maybe Todd owns some now too, but I would say Aesthetics, that's his option only. And if their pit's over there and he's
60 miles cross country, I mean, that leaves him no other
And
option.
that was Dwight's concern, he said if he could get gravel by, he says otherwise he's gotta go clear across there. He said it's gonna cost him way more. I'm just, so I don't,
Yeah, I don't want to be labored, it's taking up too much time the way it is, but I just feel like maybe you can leave that in there, but have exceptions. I just feel like everybody should be entitled to a couple yards of gravel here or there if it's convenient, if it works out. If you're loading and I pull up with a trailer and want you to throw a load in my trailer or something, but whatever. Like I said, I have access to it, so I'm an unfair, I can't make that decision.
Yeah, I see both sides, it puts me kind of in a pickle there, who's grabbing what, and when you say no, or say I'm there and I got 10 guys showing up to do their own driveway, it's been slowing my progress down, so do I tell all 10 guys no? Or,
What do other counties do? I know Henninger County only has one gravel pit, I think, or two, but, like Bowman County or any of these?
I guess I haven't checked into that, I do check into that, see what
That might
they
be a
do.
reasonable,
I think they have to figure out the yard, the county yard, open.
Yeah, I think some research. The other thing is that when if I come with my single axle truck and want a bucket of gravel, right now our rate schedule is $1.75 a yard, so, with the semi, we get $35, so that kind of covers some expense, but any messing around other than that, it wouldn't cover anything. So maybe if we are gonna do it, the rate schedule needs to reflect a minimum or something too, because
well, maybe it needs to come out of the yard. Your loader's there.
oh, here,
Yeah. Maybe the only gravel we sell is out of there in small quantities or something, but, I guess maybe let's table this and do some more research into it, see
Yeah.
what other counties do, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, all right.
this is why we don't have a written policy. But it'd be a healthy exercise.
Okay, anything else for the road department while we have one?
I don't think so. I'll get to pay messers right after this, and contact them, get back to you guys right away.
Well, yeah, first find out if it's our road, and he's just requesting for us to put culverts in, and if it's not even a passable road, what are the other options, or what do we need to do, so.
All right.
I think Chris will round us up some bills, maybe.
Christopher Advisors and have them send you the official, invoice for that pickup where you take care of that. So we can,
I'll leave this here.
Can you just unlock the door when you leave for lunch? Yeah. Thanks.
Wait, no.
Bye.
Yeah, they're all out in the move.
Yes, we'll get a voucher made. Sorry about that.
we'll have them send next week.
Get it, okay.
It might not happen today, so this.
I mean, if you, no, but because I have city council, I don't want you to call me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning wanting the check daily.
No.
So if you got me the amount, I can just make the voucher, we can get it done.
Right here.
That'll be the exact amount that you need.
It was to be, he told me yesterday,
Okay,
so.
so then we'll just include it in the vouchers. I'll just have Nancy make a voucher right now,
Okay,
and then we'll just do the check, and when you want the check, it'll be under done.
okay. And I'll probably pick up Friday. I got a meeting up there, so I'll be dropped off, I can bring one. It's not taking up any more time.
have it done. I think I have that in my email.
You have,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just didn't have time to copy it.
Oh, yes, yeah, sorry.
Guess we can back here for you. Then I'll get a hold of you on that, on that first.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Gene.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Anybody want anything from the machine?
I'm good, thank you.
Evan?
I'm fine, thanks.
Kristen?
No, thank you.
Okay.
So is Eric, is that Chuck's boy?
Which is, and Eric, he's one of the twins, Eric, you know.
Okay.
Tom works for him.
Something happened?
No,
Oh,
just, he's
okay.
helping Kevin work on a tractor.
I see. So you want me to go get those?
I think we're ready for, I figured it was gonna be ready for that's tough.
I know, and then Julie started talking to me, and then I wanted in the bathroom, so then I didn't make it up there.
It's okay. And
Then, that bridge thing that I printed out, that's actually supposed to be signed DocuSign.
Okay.
So maybe after this meeting, you can go up and sign it
Okay.
on the computer,
Yeah,
if that works.
if you have it ready up there or whatever.
Well, I'll
I would
have,
say nobody sent me anything.
I'll have to download it, but
Okay.
I'm pretty sure way now, man.
He's a junior.
When was it I seen him at? He's not full anymore, he used to be starting
Well-
to get some muscle on him, feeling out.
Getting a little stronger.
Yeah. Is he going to basketball camps in the summer?
Yeah, he probably will. A lot of that's in June and this summer he's going on the Europe music trail.
Okay.
So that'll take up most of June actually. But he loves his basketball.
Good. You remember the Gillight Day, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Christian.
Christian, eh?
Oh, Killing. Sorry, yeah, I didn't hear that.
Kids, unbelievable. Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him for a long time.
He's like 6'6", 6'7".
Yeah.
He's really, just huge.
Isn't he teaching on the rest or something?
No, he was in Hawaii and stuff. A friend down there now, but I think he's going back up to the rest. They've offered him so much money to come back. He's finding out that it's not so cheap to live in Hawaii. And he might be back to,
Oh, wasn't Doc like training for the Olympics? He was like an alternate or something for the Olympics?
yeah. He was under wrestle for a while. I think it was Hawkeye.
It was Olympic wrestling. It wasn't, yeah.
He trained under, yeah, he,
No, really?
No, Dylan.
she's.
Back. he'll learn and stuff.
They'll come and sign that, you can sign that one.
Yeah, deal.
After lunch.
Years ago, it was up in Baker, Montana, and Gable was.
I remember that, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
No, he was,
So I'm curious, Chris, on your ultra detailed time study, what share of the bathroom break was city versus county?
I just put it as county.
But the point, yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
so it's all subjective, and we'll work through that, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or employee break, I kind of couple of those too, and, but because I'm not an employee of the city, that's why I put it under county.
Yeah, no, I know.
Didn't have anybody at the township equalization.
did you?
Never do, but actually we didn't even have a full board, it was Mom and myself for that, so I was sitting there playing cards. I haven't talked to the sheriff a few weeks. He didn't have any need to be on the agenda.
I actually have not even seen Jordan,
Or
no. Well, I saw him at the city council meeting last month.
Did he get his new vehicles or?
I don't think so, because I haven't seen anything.
I see him still driving the old ones too, so apparently they haven't started that process yet either.
I think he had to wait or something until they were ready, or they were gonna call him when they were ready. I don't remember exactly what he said last month.
I thought he was not thinking about the color or something, they were.
That they were gonna be ready sooner. I think that was right, but I don't know if that meant they were gonna be ready immediately.
Do you know what the lens lock is? 5-year contract agreement, 5-year equipment and service program, lens lock until $9,389.
What's the fund, did it say?
It'd be nice if it was on the accounts, this list, but it isn't.
I'll look for it when it comes through, to see which one it is.
Can the fund be put on the sheet?
Let's see. You got it right here. So it's general fund, it's sheriff's department. It's, 12.5 body worn camera service, unlimited for 5 of them. Do you want to look at the voucher? This, in-car, I mean, $3,596 is the vets, $37.98 is in car. Software and database maintenance is $500 or $495 on
That's fine.
Okay.
So this report can't include the fund, where the dollars are being expended to?
I think you can, but then you can't do part of this. I'll send it to you right now, the other one, because that one is condensed. I'll get you a detailed one, and then you can see, maybe you like both of them at the same time. You can have two of them. And that would have the fund, it just doesn't tell you what it's for then, but I'll send it to you.
So is it limited to a page size or what?
It's just limited on what the report shows. I'll show you what it is. I just put it in your tablets as monthly bills too. You can see.
Thank you. So the report, is this this software, tell me again, is from where and it's?
Software innovations,
And he's the, who is he again?
Ray,
Is he the fellow in,
Natalie.
is this a common software system or is it kind of?
I think
unique?
there's like 8 counties that have it.
So there's room on the page if they didn't, because it went to landscape, if it didn't have all that subsidiary stuff that really. I would be curious if, I'm surprised they don't have a listing of expenditures that have the account, the description, et cetera. Because this one really, I guess I'm not sure what function we would use this for. You got date and number, but
We use that like when I write minutes,
what's that?
and it's more just a overview. You're looking at the detailed one,
I think we all
right?
do that one, because we didn't.
So then in here you put the check number and that's
That's
it.
it, approved, a year later, you know.
That's good, because, yeah, I remember that. I was out when I didn't have a checkbook, it's like $9, and they just wrote it off. I got billed and I said, oh, I don't know who's doing it, but they're on the ball.
Well, I know they have Tina Hill helping, but I don't think she's helping any longer.
She's out there another day.
Yeah, I think this is a very recent development.
Oh, okay.
But I know my sister-in-law's been in there every day, so.
Yeah.
But she's really close to Kavanaugh.
I see now.
We got 2 of them that are cutting down babies.
No.
Michael, right?
Oh, really?
She's only 3-4 months in, I think.
Oh, that's cool.
It's, I think what's running the law for family.
There's some fertility there.
So how does your sister in Dickinson?
You know, we were talking about earlier,
she had to have some fluid pumped off because her liver not functioning at full capacity. I think that was kind of just one more thing, you know, and then she had internal bleeding. She was in the hospital in Bismarck for 3-4 days, and they kind of blamed that on the chemo, creating internal sores in the throat or whatever. So they had to go in and ban, you know, I shouldn't say the word, it's a throat, but I am right in a sense, but ban to stop the bleeding. But yeah, so I she basically has like cirrhosis or whatever, and so the liver runs at limited function. And she looked really good the other night. We had supper for Mom's birthday, and I thought she looked really good, but she was just telling me about the fluid thing then, and I didn't know she had that.
Mrs. Wofford, number 58.
7, I think. She's near behind.
Is she?
For a short time here, they were the same age. Dad's birthday was in June. Because he would have been 68 then in June.
Yeah, we used to give Stan at that time. All those kids he was having, he says, "Yeah," he says, "I can't believe I'm making babies with that guy."
Yeah, I don't know if Michael's trying to top him or what. But he's got 4, and 5th one on the way. Michael.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got a 5th one on the way. Julie has 5, but she's done, so. I can't even handle 3. My youngest, he needs to drive everything. As soon as he gets off the school bus, he goes and he's staking claim to one of them little S10s, and he just drives that all over the yard. And he just turned 7 in March, so.
And I like to drive.
Probably the best driver I've walked through it. That's 7. I probably made 30 phone calls about that tower. You guys approved years ago, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
I still cannot find one cellular company that is utilizing or using it. AT&T has a contract for it, but it is not an active contract. So then he told me it was either T-Mobile or Boost Mobile or somebody has an active contract. So then I contacted both of those companies, and the closest thing I got to an answer there was it's not either one of us, but it might be one of our sister companies or something like that. So I've had so many people, including my own family too, and you can see that thing blinking all the time from just about anywhere, wanting to get on with that company that uses that tower. It's just one of, just 7 wonders in the world, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
Best kept secret.
And you called the company that gave you.
Yeah, Katie sent me all the paperwork, and so I found a number to the company responsible for erecting it, and then they sent me to a number for the company responsible for managing it. It's just a crapshoot. For Joe, for
Maybe there's something suspicious going on in our county that we don't know.
Well, I started to think, well, maybe it's maybe it was just, what do you call it, a 5G, and it was only for the emergency radios or something, you know, well, maybe that's all it was. No, they swear, I mean, it's a cellular tower.
If it's a cellular tower, I think they have to be registered somewhere in the state.
Yeah. I was struck out,
For frequency wise, just.
I would assume, right? I mean,
Sure, candy bar, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your offer, though.
you like chocolate, or a big chocolate fan?
Yeah.
Dark chocolate.
You like that one?
That's the only chocolate, I don't really like milk chocolate.
Oh,
If I was gonna eat chocolate, I would eat dark chocolate.
I like the milk chocolate. I don't know why the dark chocolates got that rich taste or something.
I usually don't eat, but every once in a while I get urgent, two, three of them.
Yeah.
And I probably won't touch them again for 3-4 months. I just-
I have to limit myself, because I'm one of those, like, a Twix or a Reese's Sticks or something. I like the heck out of them, but I haven't had a candy bar since December, so.
You tell your sister-in-law, well, after the, she needs to refill those buckets and she.
They have candy bars.
Little candy bar.
My cousin's out of the shop too. He has to laugh that when he has Stream Team come out, all of a sudden, all his candy's gone. It's like a feeding frenzy.
I wonder why Aspen went to private pesticide training in New England. She was assisting another county, or?
Probably don't look.
I just feel like they should pay that money.
Is this our last item of business? Bills, or is there anything else?
I think you're waiting on Justin Blade to maybe
Oh, right.
do that right away.
That's it. Okay.
I'm not sure there's gonna be any action taken on that, because I don't think, I think it's a county, do it as I was unorganized township, correct?
So, I guess the question is still in my mind, is we talked some about that when we did that policy on approaches, right-of-way policy, I think that's from a year or more ago. But that whole issue about the existing pipe, if it needs replacement, whose responsibility? So if it's along, help me understand that if there's pipe in an approach along a county road and it needs to be replaced, the county would replace that?
Well, if it's a private approach, then it should be just like this one of,
Yeah.
anyway, if it's a private approach, Larry Anderson, sorry, it should be responsibility of approach owner and the landowner. If it's a section line, then I would assume if it's our road, it would be our culvert, right?
But are we, let's see. So, and the reason that, actually, that's what's caused me to think about this. I think that our policy, here it is. This is, so just so we're on the same page. Existing approaches. This is from March of '23. Item 1, 2, let's see here. Number 3, the county will supply culvert to replace existing culvert if needed. The requesting party will be responsible for total cost of the improvement, including extension if needed. So the reason I brought that up is I think that at that time, I remember debating it heavily, but I think that our policy, at least the copy I have from March of '23, says that in a extension situation that we, the county, will supply the culvert. So that would be in conflict with what we just talked about here.
So if somebody wants to widen an approach, we pay for the culvert?
But not the extent, if it needs to be replaced, yeah.
But no, but the extension, we would pay for the chunk for them to widen? No?
No, but
Oh, the
to
existing.
replace the existing
I see.
is what we had agreed on back in '23. So not the extension, but to replace the existing, but to me that goes back into this situation, that if a culvert needs to be replaced in an existing approach, to me, if it was consistent with this, then it would come back to the county would provide the culvert. But, I remember we discussed it heavily when we talked about this, but just so we're consistent, I guess, is where I want the,
Well, I've always felt that you come in, you get a right-of-way request to build your own approach. And you buy the culvert.
a new
Yeah,
approach.
A new approach.
Yeah,
But that, you own that approach. So, I mean, other people really shouldn't be using your approach into your field or anything like that. They've got no reason to unless it's a section line. And then the county would be responsible for a section line approach off of, and again, that's discrepancy if it's a closed section line or what too, but, so I don't know why we would pay for a culvert in a private approach ever. And maybe that terminology got left out of there, but.
so I think we better put this back on an agenda to do it, because what you're saying isn't consistent with what this policy states. And I guess I don't know the answer, but I just want us to be consistent.
I agree, and I guess, I don't know if that was.
And I think we talked about it, I remember talking about all that. And some of it, as I recall, got back to the integrity of our road, right? So in the event that the approach is there and the culvert needs to be replaced, let's say there's no modification, but Justin sees an approach along a county road, a private approach, so it's not on the section line. It was approved at one time, but that culvert needs to be replaced.
According to that, we'd replace it according to that.
Well, this is just for new permits,
Okay.
so I'm saying there's no permit, we just observe it needs to be replaced. If it truly is the landowner's responsibility, then for the integrity of our road, we should have the ability to bill them for replacing it, right? But I think the discussion kind of, if I remember right, was left with, because it's our road that's protecting, if the culvert isn't replaced, then we're gonna have an issue with the road potentially.
And I agree with that, but that's also why you grant the right-of-way request, and maybe our right-of-way request
needs a clause that says
Yeah.
you will maintain this culvert because
Maybe.
you're asking for permission to use our road to access your field, and we're stating you need a culvert for that. But what we should also be stating is that you will maintain that culvert
When it's shot.
when it's shot, because it will affect the integrity of our road. And to me, I feel like the whole purpose, otherwise we'd just let anybody and everybody build an approach wherever they wanted, but we're protecting the integrity. So yeah, I still feel like a private approach, that culvert should be paid for by the private individual that put in and uses that approach, or owns that land that the approach accesses anyway.
So we maybe need to look at all of this, because I think, just to make sure it's consistent and everybody's speaking the same language.
Yeah, I agree.
Because even when this came about a year ago, it was because of inconsistencies about things were being handled. And so,
Yeah, maybe what we need to do is just amend that policy for clarity or whatever next month.
and when you say private approach, you're saying anything not on a section line?
Not on the section,
Basically.
yeah.
Anything not on a section line.
Field access, yard access even, yeah. To me, I feel like that's your private road, your private drive.
And so then what is the process? County determines a culvert needs to be replaced in a private approach. Do we then go to the landowner and say, this needs to be replaced? You know, what's that process look like? Or do we have the ability to do the work and charge them? You know,
I think it's a great question, but I think the first step is to approach them and let them know that, hey, this culvert needs replacing. Are you gonna take care of it, or should we bill you for it and take care of it? You know, I mean,
if we have a policy to say that, because
yes,
right now we don't.
we need to update that policy for sure. But,
And then if that's the case, then we would want to change this one so that the county would not supply the culvert to replace existing culvert if needed.
private approach, yeah. And I think private is the word, you know, not on a section line. We need to be very clear about that in the language too. Because I think where some of this confusion came up was there was a particular approach that somebody wanted to widen on a section line, is what Josh had brought up a year and a half ago. And so I think that was this discussion, and so then it was like, well, whose responsibility is it? There's already an existing approach there, but he wants to widen it. Well, to me, again, that's, if he wants to widen it, he probably should pay for that, even though it's going to a section line because of field access, but maybe not. Maybe we need to adopt that if it is on a section line in an unorganized township, maybe that should be our responsibility.
Well, but the extension should be his,
Well, that's what I'm
as long as
thinking.
there's access.
But the only reason I bring that up is because, so you have a section line that this is your section line, this is Kevin's field, this is my field. The section line's right down the middle. Kevin wants to widen this approach for his access. I just pull in there with my bumper pole horse trailer. I could care less. Should Kevin have to pay for that then, or, you know what I mean? And again, this is an unorganized township. I'm just looking at all aspects of it. I still feel, yes, if Kevin wants to widen it, it's his responsibility. But then when that culvert is then shot, it's on a section line. That would still belong to either the township or the county if it's unorganized, right? I mean, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. There's so many different loopholes and avenues to everything, but it's best to cover as many as we possibly can. But
Yeah, I think the way this is written, that in your scenario, it's on the section line. If Kevin wants to extend, how I would read this is that if the existing pipe is shot, then the county would say, here's the existing pipe replacement, and Kevin, you need to purchase the extension. But the county in that section line, as I read this, would provide the replacement for the existing pipe.
not in a private one.
Right, well, it doesn't distinguish that
It doesn't,
policy, so that's where I think it probably should. The other piece though that comes up then, so let's say we do that, the county replaces the original pipe, Kevin puts the extension on, so then what happens 25 years from now when the full length is shot?
If it's unorganized township?
No, I'm talking
section line?
on section.
Yeah, then it would, I would assume it'd be county responsibility, he just basically paid to upgrade.
The original.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
because it's still ownership, you
So
know?
that could all be written in, but it
Yeah.
isn't, it needs some tweaking, I think, to cover some of those. And the distinction of private versus,
Section line or township,
Yeah.
county or township owned, yeah.
because otherwise, that's why when you said that on the Anderson one, it made me think, well, that's not consistent, but.
Yeah, but it just goes to his field, it's just field access, not on the
Yeah.
section line.
So technically, if he wanted to extend it by 3 feet, so what you're saying is he needs to buy that section of pipe to replace it?
Yes, it's his private work.
Yeah. But with the policy, at least how I read it, if he wanted to extend it by 3 feet, the policy, the county would give the main chunk of pipe, and then he would just have to buy the 3 feet.
It may read that way, but I don't think it was intended to,
Yeah.
yeah, because obviously it's a private approach, and I think it was intended for section line approaches that we would pay for the pipe.
So can we put this on the agenda? I guess
I put it on my notes for him.
I'd sure like to clean some of that up if all possible.
Yeah, I think we broke a record for right-of-way requests today, and I feel like maybe it brings up light that needs to be shed on some of this stuff for clarity, so.
You didn't get a bill for the pickup?
Well, she was at lunch, so I told her when she's done with lunch to make it, because you have to come up and sign that.
Do you want to include that in the bills?
Well, we already approved it, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, okay. So if that's included in the bills, I'll entertain a motion to pay the bills.
I'll move. Second.
I have a motion second, discussion on the bills. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Yeah, anything else?
That's it.
Yeah, I suspect that'll be end of the day, I don't know, so, I guess I can use my judgment to correspond with that too, but I have a feeling it's gonna come back as our road anyway. But
Yeah, I'm not sure.
that may, again, this Onyx Hunt app is not as great as an actual township map, but I guess a picture's better than nothing.
Well, you got my permission. Let's keep it around to make that decision on this.
Well, if it's our road, it would, but I'll let Justin know to see it. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned, 12:41.